Good evening, and welcome back to Once Upon a Roll Eden campaign. Last we had left off, the group had uh, enjoyed some final moments of relaxation and merriment in the conquests and festival. Begun to watch and partake in the activity and the spectacle known as the Proving Grounds, a gladiatorial type tournament putting groups of adventurers, fighters, whoever comes to test their mettle against the various beasts of the land, and ending in a culmination, a final round where instead of the large frog hemoth monstrosity that was set before the Platinum Aegis as their final test, a group of drow seemingly coordinated an attack on the proving grounds itself, snuffing out all of the braziers that lit the arena, casting the area into near total darkness, and essentially getting to slaughtering the spectators as well as attacking the Platinum Aegis on the field. Near simultaneously and seemingly taken almost as much aback as you were by this, Drand, you spotted a pair of Dragonborn, who, with this makeshift uh, oil and animal hide explosive, near like a napalm essentially, began to light and time to snuff it out. You made it very small, it still went off, and then throughout the rest of the arena, more such fires were set and lit. And soon a mad scramble dash to get out and get to safety was occurred as arrows flew down from above from the Drow Rangers. You made your way down to the field, most of you to the aid of the Platinum Aegis, and upon getting there, began to turn the tides of battle and stave off these Drow that had begun the assault. Partway into the fighting, Damien received a message on his sending stone saying that the Emerald Collective Library had been breached and attacked. Knowing that the situation here was well on its way to being in hand, you left the Aegis as well as some other allies to take care of getting the rest of the people to safety, and you all made your way towards the Marbled Crozier and the Emerald Collective. Upon reaching there, you had seen members of the Imperial Guard as well as of the Phoenix Academy having detained a few members from either one of these sects, the Drow and the Dragonborn. But also informing you that more were inside. After taking in the area and noticing some oddities around the Emerald Collective's upper floors, Damien suspected that a very important restricted area of the library had been breached. And so, following Damien's lead, you went into the library itself, fought off some strange shadow creatures wreathed in the parchment and papers of books torn from the shelves, made your way up 3 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor, where Damien pulled out a special key, opened a door, and it led to not the hallway in the 3rd floor that you had seen moments before, but to a totally separate room, a totally separate plane of existence. Walking in, you found a room that seemed to be locked, frozen in time. The members of each of these factions, Drow and Dragonborn, seemingly freeze frame in the middle of a skirmish between each other. Make your way through and past them, finding yourselves able to interact with them to some extent, but not able to affect them whatsoever. The room itself is in a bit of disarray. Furnishings and some books and shelves have been tossed and toppled in the middle of the fray. These spectral, ghostly figures occasionally apparate into existence, Drow and Dragonborn, much similar to the ones here, locked in combat and disappearing and fading as soon as they appear. Damien had explained to you that this was a countermeasure, a defense, an enchantment placed on this area to protect the knowledge that it keeps. And that whatever was happening here, whatever they had done and were doing, was essentially causing this pocket dimension to crumble. And to restore it, well, Damien only knew part of that answer. Being one of the 4 keepers of the Emerald Collective, one of the basically the 4 leaders of this chapter, he knew only part of the way back to restoring the stability of this demiplane. And I suppose that's where we'll pick up. There's plenty in this room here that can be visually examined and looked at. Again, you can touch and feel things, but you can't like physically move or adjust anything. Like even a piece of one of the drow's cloak that is like suspended, waving in midair. You can't push, pull, rip, tear, stab, anything. It's pretty much everything is invulnerable and immovable from what you guys have seen. But you can still feel, interact, examine, and look at the state of things as is. So, if there are any questions or additional comments before we get back into it, let them be heard now. Otherwise, what are you guys doing?
We knew that there were, like you said, the other keepers and stuff, and Damien was the keeper of like the body or something.
Yes.
And I assume that he would know what the others, like their other titles were.
Yes. So the 4 keepers are the keeper of the body, like you said with Damien. Then there's the keeper of the mind, the soul, and the keeper of the spirit. And each of them have different jobs and duties when it comes to governing their chapter of the Emerald Collective. Like the keeper of the body, Damien, is more responsible for the physical well-being of its librarians and members. The keeper of the mind is more intellectual. The keeper of the spirit is more of a sort of the emotional type well-being, the not like the book learning, that's the keeper of the mind, but the sort of mental and emotional stability part of it. And the keeper of the soul is like the religious leader, basically the high priest of, because this is also a place of worship for the knowing mistress, the goddess Ioun, is this place. And so they're basically the spiritual leader of that chapter of the collective. I'm guessing Damien. So Damien would let you all know. Whatever it is that we need to do to make this right, I only know my part of it. But that doesn't mean we can't figure it out. Each of the keepers would have set up their own part of what is necessary to restore this place. And the thought of an incursion did not elude us before. So we knew that it had to be at least able to be figured out by the other keepers if one of us were to fall. It has to be something somewhere that'll let us know beyond my part at least what we need to do to fix this.
And I guess out of character again, because I'm a squirrel.
Yes.
Anyway, what would her symbol be? Does she have a symbol? Because a lot of them have some kind of symbol to represent them. Or like, because if we're looking for something, like, you know,
Okay, I mean, if you guys want to look for something, you can absolutely look around. Like I said, there's plenty of stuff to look at, even if you
Oh,
can't
okay. So,
interact with
like,
things.
in this moment that we can
Yeah,
do before?
you're in the middle
Oh,
of like
shit.
everything except for you five is
Mm.
frozen, locked in time. Like you can see
Oh,
that there
okay.
are like
Yeah, yeah,
tables
yeah.
that are in the middle of being toppled over, papers that are like being scattered and flying, ink wells that like ink splashing around. That's like itself is frozen in time. Everything else is frozen in time
Oh, then
except for you five.
hell yeah. Definitely investigate.
All right.
um,
I'd say at first it's very broad. So unless you're looking at specific areas of the room, that would be a perception check. Once you narrow it down to like you want to look, if you wanted to say I want to look at this bookshelf in particular, that would be investigation. But if you're broadly just looking at the entire room, that's perception.
uh,
So,
I guess I'll go with perception to see if
all right,
anything.
hold on. Let's see. Yeah, sure. So does anybody else want to join in? Either give advantage or roll a perception check themselves.
um,
Um,
I'll
go ahead.
go ahead. You can. I mean, there's no reason why, if you want to.
No, you go ahead.
Sure.
Well, let me do a perception check. General one.
So then I guess then Era and Dadan, give me a perception check, please. Yes, and oh no, you can't guide them as a squirrel.
No, but can I see if anything smells weird?
Ah, sure.
Oh.
Any strange scents?
My perception check is 18.
Okay.
Wow. 15.
What is it? 15?
15, yeah.
Okay.
Mine's 25.
25. So going around sniffing out your stuff, Elevon, you don't smell any strange things. You do smell like the sweat and blood from the battle here. You smell like the parchment and the some of the ink that had smelled. The strange bit is the smell isn't permeating. So like you're here and you don't smell anything, and then you move like an inch or two forward, and then you can smell that. Even the smells and things themselves seem to be in a sort of stasis and only existing in the space that they had been whenever this enchantment trap safety measure had been triggered. But there's no smell that you wouldn't expect given your surroundings. Durand and Era, there are plenty of interesting things to see. On surface level, this room, this area looks like another portion of the library. It has bookshelves full of books. It has tables and chairs set up for studying and research areas. The strange bit that I suppose, not sure why you wouldn't have immediately noticed, but walking in, there was a pretty strange room to walk in, and as you kind of collect yourself and actually begin to take a look around, you notice that around the room itself, sort of above the bookshelves lining the walls, are clocks. Dozens and dozens of clocks. So, like at above the bookshelf level, various sizes, various shapes, but they're pretty much right next to each other, just lining the walls, and each of them, from a glance, looks to be at a different time.
Are they all different times? Like every clock?
Looking around, it looks like they are. Um, Go ahead and make an investigation check, Era, and somebody else if you guys want to. After you guys are all kind of pointing this stuff out and looking at it as everyone's sniffing around, everyone's looking at stuff.
I was gonna point it out to Neri and see if she wanted to take a closer look. She could probably get higher.
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
And so as you guys are investigating, Damien continues. Each one of us set a countermeasure to restore this in this sort of event. Mine's relatively simple, but takes a keen eye, I suppose. And you notice that along the sort of the baseboard, the molding, there's this sort of like repeating pattern of this ocean scene with different fish and swordfish and sharks and sailors just repeating itself along the baseboard in a very intricate way. And the one that Damien is next to, the bill of one of these swordfish is just ever so slightly different from the others, and instead of a normal swordfish bill, it has the sort of depression of a key molding into it, and was essentially his countermeasure, the key that was used to unlock this door that each of the keepers had on them. Putting that into the molding was basically his step in the process. So what are those investigation checks?
29.
Oh, geez. Era?
28.
Nice. So looking at the times, trying to initially find another correlation, you notice that they all use Roman numerals as their sort of indicator of the numbers and the times and everything like that. Trying to do some like math, maybe trying to determine where, like, if it's positioned different, like determines what times, and then both of you kind of working around like opposite sides of the room, you come to an area right here, basically above the door that you guys are wanting to get through, the next door, the next room, and above that one is another clock. Era, the first thing that you note is this one's different. This one uses normal numerals instead of the Roman numerals. And Neri, you notice that there's an inscription engraved beneath the clock above the doorframe. It's kind of hard for you to see from the angle you're at, but you definitely notice some sort of carving into the wall. Era, this clock, its hour hand is pointed at 5. Its minute hand is pointed at 11. And the seconds hand is somewhere at this moment between the 3 and the 4.
Okay.
Guys, I don't know if this means anything, but this clock is different than from the others, and there's some writing over here. I can't make it out though, not from this angle.
Yeah, you need like either tippy toes, a boost, take a step back and see it, or someone taller.
Is it like in a different language?
It's in
I
common.
don't know.
Can Squirrel of Warren come over and like offer
A boost?
Yes.
Sure. Much easier than just having Durand walk over, I agree. So Squirrel of Warren kind of crouches down. Neri, you get on this, large, strong squirrel creature that is Elevorn and get boosted up. And what you read is, do you want to read it out loud to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neridion reads out loud. Should I just write it in the chat? No.
Maybe. I don't know.
So Neri reads, when the path ahead lay unclear, only time will tell the correct destination. And that's it.
Ah.
So time will tell the correct destination. So, do we have a time? There's way too much time here.
Definitely
Well-
way too many times.
There's many clocks, but this one is slightly different than the rest of them. It's I'm not sure the significance, but this one seems to have the hour at the 5, the minute I don't forgot. 11.
Yes.
And what was the other? The dial?
The
Between the
seconds is
two and
Between 3, no, between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is the only one where the numbers, like you said, the numbers are different.
Oh, right. They're just numerals.
Yeah, they're just normal numbers. The other ones are all of the other clocks that you have seen, at least in the half of the room that you scoured, were in the sort of Roman numeral script. The times, you're not sure if it matters because all of the times seem different and random. This one is no exception, as far as where the hands are pointing, at least.
Okay. Could I get a closer look at the clock? And then I guess continue scouring the other portions of the room to make sure there's no, like, I can confirm that difference.
Okay, so getting a closer look, yeah. You see that this one is maybe about a foot and a half in diameter, and again, the other ones are varying sizes, seemingly at random, no real, seeming like at least obvious importance as to the sizes or shapes of the clocks. This one that you guys had taken time and had the inscription underneath was a sort of centered round clock. The others, looking around, it doesn't seem like some of them have second hands, some of them do not, but each of them just at a random different time, no correlation to another. I'm sure with as many as they are, you could find correlations, but you're not sure if they would mean anything or be significant. Just because of the sheer number of clocks here, there's obviously going to be some similarities between them.
Okay.
Damien is just kind of shadowing you guys throughout this entire process, just looking up at the clock and the inscription that you guys had pointed out, and he seems like his wheels are turning in his head as well. Are there any more words that are on the walls up there? Or is this the only one?
Guess I'll try to take a look if I can see any other,
Yeah, going back and like slowly and more closely taking a look, occasionally passing by these specters of Dragonborn and Drow doing battle and kind of like almost pausing with momentary surprise when one or more of these specters appear. No, not that you can see.
No, I can't spot anything now. And I'll just try to look at the clocks that have the Roman numbers and like just trying to think really hard.
Now, I know that like we're currently the only things that seem to move, but is that because we haven't tried touching to see if anything else could also possibly move or in some
Going
way?
around touching anything, like you said, you can't move it. Even like
Okay.
an ink quill is just impossible. You can't bend a
Right.
single like little strand of a piece of the feather. It's everything else seems to be immovable and invulnerable. Like you can go up to like books on bookshelves and try to like take one out. Nothing is reacting at this point. And Damien explains that once he puts his key where it needs to go, that should at least, well, it's going to release each of these individuals here. But we still need to figure out what exactly to do. Once I place my key into the relief here, everything's going to start up again. So we need to be ready with a plan on what exactly we're going to do to fix this. And also, well, we got some pretty nasty people here that probably won't take a liking to our sudden arrival. At least from their point of view.
So I guess Elevon will go retake her position next to this lovely drow with two daggers.
The lovely drow. Yeah, also, point of note, the clock isn't like built into the wall at all, it is hanging on something.
But it's
So,
immovable as well.
Yeah, theoretically,
Yeah.
like once time starts again, you could take the clock
Okay.
down if you wanted to.
All right.
Oh.
I see. I know. I mean, they're in the way regardless, so.
So, unfortunately, because all of you decided to be so short, Daran's probably the only one without assistance that could reach it, though.
I don't think Era is that short.
I'm not sure. I'm like 5'9" or something.
Exactly.
With mage hands.
Can you, if you had a clock mounted above a standard doorway, could you reach it at 5'9"?
Yeah, I can reach it at 5'7".
You must have short doors. Roll a height check. No. No, fine. You know what? Everyone seems to be agreed that 5'9" is tall enough. So sure, I'll allow 5'9" to be tall enough. Not
Thank
you weird like 5'1", 5'2" elf short people. So
Compact sized.
Combats.
combat compact size. All right, so where do you guys want to position then? If there's nothing else.
I'll have you know, my size varies.
This is true. You are not incorrect. Elevon, do you want to be the clock holder? Just with a squirrel? You could probably do it as a squirrel. You have thumbs or something like them. Okay. Where do you guys want to be positioned? Or is there something that you guys want to do before Damien starts everything and combat breaks out?
Put me next to that other drow that's closest to Damien.
Okay. Like right there, where at?
There's fine, I guess.
Okay.
Can I enter combat casting a spell?
You can cast this. You guys can cast spells in preparation if you want.
Oh,
Like
nice.
if anyone wants mage armor, if you want to set up a flaming sphere or
I should
whatever
have
you.
mage armor up. But wait, I do have one more question because I'm trying to think of what else we can probably do, but it doesn't seem like there's much. Is there anything maybe noticeable already on our friends or our frenemies?
The like the Dragonborn and the Drow? No, they just seem to
Yeah.
be fighting each other. Like, I don't know if you mean by noticeable, if you mean like, were they like, it doesn't look like any of them is like looking through manuscripts trying to figure out anything. No, they're
Yeah,
focused
they're
on
all
each
like
other.
mid.
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm.
Start combat holding a fireball.
Yeah, well, not
Yeah,
a
why
fire.
not?
I'll
So what do you
do a
want to be?
firebolt.
You want to be right up on this one, Elevorn?
Yeah, I don't want to have to like move 5 feet to attack it. Thank you. The intention is to maul things
So like in front of, behind, where, right here?
behind her, so maybe she won't notice, and then I'll get. No, I don't do sneak attack.
Do it
Everyone
anyways.
should be-
Mm-hmm.
What if you're on top of her?
True. Mid-air.
Just
Just
Can I
top of,
climb
like,
the drow?
climb on. You want to climb the? Technically, you would be able to. Yes.
Can
You
she
would be able
hold
to climb the
a?
drow if you wanted to.
She
I
hold a
want to.
jump action.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So Elevorn's good again. Like your claws don't dig into the cloak or anything. Nothing is any give. It's like solid, unrelenting steel that you're just. But you do manage to scurry and make your way up. That you're now perched on the shoulders of this drow.
With my front paws balancing on their head.
Okay. Like you're ready to like buzz in and answer to a game show or something. All right, that leaves Era. Are you staying with the clock? And Durand, I guess. Durand as well.
Move me in front of those enemies in front of me to the right, I believe, of what
Right
I'm
here?
looking at.
You want to
Put me in the position of most danger. I just love
right between the
danger.
two of them? Like within melee of the two of them? Then?
You know what? Yeah,
Yeah? Okay. Why not? So
I
right
welcome
now, you're
danger.
between like a bookshelf. Like you're in this small space between a couch and a bookshelf, and that's where they're currently skirmishing. So,
A
Era, are
rock
you
and a
staying
hard
right there near the
place.
clock, or are you going somewhere else?
No, I'm gonna move to the right.
Like
I
all
want
the
to be
way?
in line of sight. To like the black box. 2, 4, like
Which black
1,
box?
2, 3, 4.
That black box.
Yeah. No. You had it right the
There.
first time.
Okay.
Oh.
To the right. All the way on the right, my D.
Damien looks around and kind of. What's out? Okay. Do we know what we're doing once we start up? I guess. Looking at you guys all getting ready. Okay. Guess I'm seeing the plan here. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
Murder everything.
What?
What?
I'm not killing everything.
Oh, just the people you're around. Gotcha. Alright. Well. Damien bends down and he places the key into the key-shaped relief in the molding of the baseboard, and all of a sudden the sound and movement, everything comes back to life in the room, mid-motion, everything. Elevorn, you are perched on top of this drow that immediately sort of collapses under your weight, but everyone roll initiative, please.
Then
10.
I did it. That's a 6.
Woo!
2.
Jeez. You guys are calm down with the good rolls here, guys.
15.
And Damien got an 8. All right. So, Daran, the drow that is right next to you, that is engaged with the dragonborn, sort of mid-attack. As Damien finishes and you have your weapons ready, the fighting breaks out and continues between the drow and the dragonborn. Not even currently aware of your situation right now, the drow lashes out towards the dragonborn itself. The first one, the black dragonborn near you, blocks with its dual blades. The second one finds its mark, as does the third. That is the drow fighter's turn. Next up, surprisingly, it is you, Daran.
How far is the one behind me?
The one behind you, like this one here?
Yeah.
Well, he's on the other side of a bookshelf, but about 15, 20 feet. You wouldn't be able to see him, though.
Oh, okay. It's not there. Okay, so we won't worry about him. I will worry about these two, which I will get into position for a lethargic breath.
Okay. Let's say you could thread it right now and hit both of them, yeah.
Okay.
There's any way that if you try to move around them, then one of them will get an opportunity attack, so.
Okay.
Alright, so what is that they have to make?
They have to make... What the fuck? Did you...
What did I do? Why are you
Okay, I
blaming
was
me?
gonna say, did you make this broken? Because I
I
didn't
don't
see a
think so.
DC. But
Oh.
an affected target.
It would just have been your breath DC then. But I think a wisdom, constitution, something like that?
Yeah, I guess so. Then we'll just do the regular thing for the breath. Okay, so then it's a dexterity saving throw. And they have to beat a...
It's just your breath DC. So
Yeah, so it's 15.
alright, so the drow is a 22 and the dragonborn is a 12.
Well, the D4 doesn't
They're
matter then.
slowed, right?
Yeah, they're slowed.
Okay, gotcha. Well, the dragonborn
The
is
dragonborn.
not. Gotcha. Alright, so that's your action. Or one of your. No, just your action. Right. It's not part of. Yeah, it's just that's your action. What else you got?
Oh, fuck.
You alright, man?
I forgot I can make an attack and then a breath.
Oh, like a. That's only with the damaging breath. You wouldn't be able to slow.
Oh, okay. All right, so then that's it.
Okay, no bonus action?
I was gonna do it before, but it doesn't make any sense. I could just do it now. Shield of Faith on myself.
Gotcha. Alright. That brings us then to the drow that is near Netadian, who you can see was focused like somewhere beyond you, but then once everything started up, kind of taken aback and looks down to you, Neri. Speaks in a language that you don't understand, but seems to be something along the lines of, "Where did you come from?" is what the tone and the face say. And I need you to make a saving throw of the charisma variety. Please make a charisma saving throw. As he was pointing his hand out towards something else with Druid saw you and then reaches out quickly with a hand extended, muttering a spell as this mix of gray and light magical energy whirls around his arms as the spell grows in power.
11.
11. You guys watch as this drow reaches out towards Netadian, and Netadian vanishes.
That shouldn't be anything new.
Yeah, she's just hiding somewhere. As you have been banished, Netadian.
Where?
Indeed. Technically, it's a demi-plane, so you're kind of just holed up in this sort of just this dimly lit void, basically. Like, your dark vision allows you to see up until its extent, but everything is just eerily silent and just shades of gray and nothing really. You have no idea right now where you are, if you are anywhere else.
Sounds cozy.
Yeah. All right. So that happened. Next up is the Dragonborn that's right there and slowed. Looks to you, speaks in Draconic. What are you doing? Kill him! And then goes to attack, but is slowed, so. Just one attack, and he misses because he's also the agile, nimble drow fighter, easily avoids the slightly lethargic black dragonborn here. That brings us to Netadian.
Again?
No, it's just your turn.
Oh, well, I'm there. I don't know what to do.
No, yeah, fair.
I mean, if I can, I guess I can walk around and just try to see if there's anything, but I don't know.
You're walking around, it's weird. You're walking, but you don't get any sort of sense of movement or direction. But yeah, being banished. All right, next up is the Dragonborn Sorcerer, who is going to cast Fireball at the drow over there that has the giant squirrel on it. Elevorn and drow, please make a dexterity saving throw.
That's 20 total.
20 total, and you have evasion.
Yes.
So, no damage from the squirrel as the drow also manages to save and also has evasion. So, after you had kind of fallen, you guys roll out of the way of this fireball, avoiding the brunt of the attack. The explosion rocks the bookshelves and the books in the area. You hear Damien just shout out with anger and frustration from across the room at this. Eyes wide, face just cross in rage like you've never seen on this man before. What are you doing? And that's hit the Dragonborn's turn. Now it's Damien's turn. Cool. Perfect.
Nice.
Damien is jumping over here, 30, 35, 40, 45. Unarmored movement, step of the wind. Key point. Gets right up to this guy. And is gonna punch him in the face a couple times.
Yo, what the?
Some
Just dashes
parkour.
across, leaps
Nimue.
over tables like vaulting, parkour, sliding across stuff, runs up, and like the whole time just face twisted in anger, just begins to lay into this dragonborn. It's like, no idea what went into this place. That is a hit and miss. The first one just wild swing, not calculated at all. The second one cracks him square in the jaw and stunning strike, so he is stunned for the next turn, just ready for Damien to punch him a few more dozen times. So that is now the Drow Assassin's turn. Is going to use half of their movement to get up. Kind of as the smoke and the smoldering of the fireball from the sorcerer is dying down, looks to you, Elevorn, speaks in language that you don't understand, and is going to attack you with one of their long, sort of serrated daggers. And that is probably a miss, but for just to be sure, does a 11 hit?
No.
No, very good. So as that happens, I suppose. Okay, bonus action attack, and that is a 27 to hit.
Yeah.
All right, please make a Constitution saving throw. As you see, each of these blades seems to have been coated in poison.
That's a 16 total?
A 16 does save, so you take half damage from the poison. So you take a total of 8 points of piercing damage. Are you resistant to that, or no? Just checking.
I am.
Okay, so 4 points of piercing and 10 points of poison. That's already been halved, so 14 total points of damage. That brings us to you, Elevorn.
How far away is that, weird looking drow that's up there by himself now, where near Duen should be?
35 feet away. So with 30 feet of movement, you'd be able to get right up to him.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay, so the opportunity attack against you is a 21 to hit.
Yep.
Okay. That is another 8, so 4 points of piercing damage. As poison has not been reapplied, it's just that's all the damage. Okay, so you get right up to him.
And he gets to enjoy my multi-attack.
Yay! Go ahead, roll your last pathetic dice. Come on, hit me. Still not even done.
So 27 to hit with the bite.
Yeah, 27 will hit. Yes,
Okay, good.
absolutely, absolutely yes.
That's a 23 for one clause.
23 for one clause. Wow.
And a 23 again. So-
That'll hit. Yeah. So 23 damage, you said?
No. That was just the hit.
So everything hits.
Yay!
Yes, everything hits.
It's 13 for the bite.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, he barely hangs on after that. Yeah, does manage to maintain concentration. You see him a little bit surprised, but maintaining his just managed to maintain the composure and concentration on the spell.
So it's 10 from one claw
Okay.
and 9 from the other.
Okay, he maintains concentration. So 13, 10, 9, so 32 total damage. Nice.
Then as my bonus action, I'm going to tickle him with my tail.
Oh, yeah? Okay, sure. If you only had used bonus action tickle with tail before, I might have imposed disadvantage on one of the concentration checks.
No, it's fine.
It's alright. Unfortunately, not able to, as you had seen and recognized a spell, you've seen banishment used before.
Banishment is bad.
unless it's our people that are using it, then it's excellent. But when the DM uses it, it's bad all of a sudden. Oh, that spell's broken. Okay, is that your turn, Elevorn?
Yes.
Alright, next up is the Blue Dragonborn, who you guys had seen before had seemed to be locked in, like, staring down this drow assassin that Elevorn had jumped on top of. Seems to have been going with that plan, but after seeing Damien just blitz across the room and punch his dude in the face, he's gonna head over there instead. Doesn't get flanking because a stunned person is not a threat. So he's just gonna attack and miss, and attack again and miss. Okay. Damien is just drunk enough to evade all of this. That brings us to Era. It is your turn. That one weird clock hanging on the wall behind you, everything going on, Netadion disappearing right to your right. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Oh, really? Explain that, please.
I'm deciding for the clock, but I don't think mid battle is a good idea. So I'm just going to throw a fireball in Damien's radius to try to break concentration on hopefully banishment.
The banishment is not over near Damien. It's where Elevorn is.
Oh no, it's by Elevorn. I'm sorry.
Yeah? You want Damien to run up and you punch you in the face? Go ahead, cast that fireball.
What? Why?
We're in a library.
Okay, right. You're right. Okay.
There's
Is-
privilege everywhere.
I thought I was immune to fire, TBH.
Oh,
Okay,
just-
you're right.
Why didn't you immunize all of your stuff to fire? That seems like the first thing a magical library would do, right? Jeez. We gotta get together with the board about this one. It's not making any sense.
Then I will. Yeah, let me just firebolt the sorceress.
Okay, the one that the guy, the male drow that had
Yes,
banished
yes,
Neri,
yes.
that one.
Yes.
Alright, go ahead and roll your attack roll, please.
Uh, 22.
22 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Uh, 21, and if I can activate Flames of Phlegethos as well.
Yeah, you can. So 21 points of damage. The Constitution saving throw is an 18, so he does succeed.
Okay.
Alright. Is that the end of your turn? Or are you gonna move?
What?
Wouldn't it still take?
Sorry, what? What is the flame? Does the flamethrower go add extra damage, or
No,
he's
no,
not
no, no,
within
no.
5 feet of you?
No, I misunderstood something.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll stay in my the same spot.
That's the end of your turn.
Yeah.
All right. At the end of this, at initiative count 20, the room, it seems to shimmer. Those specters seem to grow almost more solid. You can see that there are, like, even the tables and the bookshelves themselves seem to have this sort of ghostly shadow that bends and sways as if separating itself. And hold on a second. Elevorn, that and Era, you see that drow disappear. Next to you appears a dragonborn, Durand. Hold on, let me just set all this up, actually. Plenty of things. Ambitious, I know.
I'll be right back quickly.
Okay. It's okay, I need Damien, around Damien, both of these guys disappear. Yeah, and that's it. So, Era, you watch Era and, oh, sorry, Elevorn is leaving, so I guess we'll just wait for her to come back. Oh dear, Duran's all alone.
Yeah, but he's a paladin.
But he's a paladin, so he's fine, right? That's what that means?
Yeah.
My brain hurts.
Does it?
I don't know what the hell is happening here.
Well, I was right about to like go in and try to explain it, but Nemo had to step away. So
Oh, okay.
no, I'm not like and continue, please. No,
and good luck.
and good luck.
Hello, sorry.
Hello, welcome back. So, Elevorn, Era, you guys noticed that the drow that you had been focused on suddenly vanishes, at least corporeally. You see momentarily there is a sort of ghostly specter image, the same like that you had seen before, but even that eventually fades. You look back and you can see Durand is amidst one of these individuals who turns ghost-like and fades from existence. Durand, you find yourself standing in the same exact place that you were before, but different beings around you. You can see still back to where your friends were, the ghostly Squirrel of Orn, the ghostly Era. You are in essentially the same place, but not. This is the result of the plane breaking, splitting itself apart. You're in the exact same room with the exact same everything, but different.
Oh.
So, at that, it is now the Drow Archer's turn. Who is going to attack that Dragonborn fighter? Natural 20, good job there, and a hit. So that guy takes some solid damage. And that leads us to then the Drow fighters. gonna rush up and attack this one here. And this one is going to head up and attack you, Era. As the two Dragonborn that he was doing combat with are no longer there. Duran, you see this ghostly image of the drow that you had just been engaged with head off towards ghostly Era, and you're unable to stop it. Give me 1 second to look up damages. Okay, so that's that much to the Dragonborn fighter. And then against you, Era, the first attack from this drow as he comes with two short swords at you. The first attack is a 21 to hit. Does a 21 hit, Era?
Yeah, it hits.
Okay. Second attack is more, 24 to hit. And afterwards he takes out a hand crossbow, points it over at this green dragonborn that had just appeared near where the drow was that had banished Netherdion, and shoots one bolt towards him, and that is a hit as well. So he takes some damage, but Era, you take
I can.
You take 15 points of slashing and 32 points of poison damage. So 47 total. And I believe your Flames of Phlegethos do something, as you're still like
Yeah,
briefed
they
in
take
between.
one. I think 1d4. Hold on, let me check.
I think it's more than a D4, hopefully.
It's you. I'm not. So it would it. I'm not sure if it's 1d4 per attack though.
Is that what it says?
Or just-
Whenever
it
if it's
says-
whenever a creature within, like, you know, hits you with a melee attack,
5
then
feet
yeah,
of you
it
that
would
hits
be
you
per
with a
attack.
melee attack. Oh, okay, so then
Yeah.
it would be 7 damage in total. Would I be able to also use Hellish Rebuke?
Yeah, that's your reaction. You could do that, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And is that a saving throw on his part? Dex, I think.
Yeah, Dexterity.
Yeah, I think he's good. That's a 18.
So okay, so he would take half damage,
Yeah.
which would be 5.
5 points of damage. Okay. Chipping away. Alright, that is his turn. 7 and then 5. Okay. Durand, it is your turn.
Just me, this guy now?
Just you and that guy.
I suppose in Draconic, I'll speak to him and say, what the hell is going on here?
These and he's like, "These ones," he points to with his blade towards one of the drow. "They stand in our way. Prevent us. Try to stop us from achieving our destiny. Come, stand with us. Join us."
Okay, if only for a moment. I don't know what you're planning, but okay, whatever. I'll rush over to the drow mage dude.
Yep. Oh, the mage dude?
The mage dude, yeah.
Yep.
And let's hit him. Let's try to hit him. Let's pray we hit him.
Go for it.
That is 26.
Yeah.
Or... Oh, wow. 20 damage.
Okay. Okay.
Let's try again. 21
Yep.
or 19.
Yeah. Okay. So you can see he's taking damage, he's taking wounds, but he still holds concentration.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Wait, actually, can I take a quick glance at that clock? Is it still the
Taking
same?
a glance. Okay. Taking a glance at that clock, its hour hand is on the 5. Its minute hand is on the 11. And the second hand is somewhere between the 6 and the 7. Looking at it, the second hand doesn't move. There's this, like, between this sound of clashing steel and spells being cast and the general fighting, there is this sound of ticking, like, just ticking clocks, just kind of white noise in the background. Not super loud, not super obnoxious, but there is a ticking to these clocks. That one that you had looked towards doesn't move. That's all you would notice in that time, though.
Yeah.
As the Drow Inquisitor is going to cast a spell at you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
At me? Okay.
Yes. As he casts his spell and unleashes this virulent disease towards you.
Unnatural 20.
Black and green Icarus magic.
The 20. Of the unnatural variety.
Yeah, that is enough to succeed. So you take half damage, and you take 24 points of necrotic damage.
Jesus.
Yeah. So go ahead and make a concentration check for your concentration spell, as we then move on to the red dragonborn right there, who is gonna head towards this drow right here and attack her.
Then baited my 20.
what is it?
It's a 20.
Oh,
It's a
you got
natural
it.
20.
Well, you
You
maintain
baited my 20,
concentration.
you
It's
bastard.
probably worth it.
Okay.
The drow dodges out of the way of 2 of the attacks, but 1 does manage to hit from this dragonborn here. And that then brings us to the dragonborn fighters, both of which are in this version of the library. And are both going to team up on this one drow here. Hit. 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 Natural 20. And
Yeah.
hit. So yeah, just
You're
wailing
saying.
away at this guy. Poor drow. Good thing I wrote down the average damages. That's what I will use for NPC on NPC combat. Because this would be ridiculous if I decided to roll dice for everything. So yeah, he is not looking very good. That then brings us to Netadian, still in this unknown area, nothing, just seems like you're just in this void, this empty void, nothing dangerous, nothing here but you. So that brings us to the sorcerer, which is right there, who is going to cast, yeah, he's gonna cast a spell. Gonna cast a little spell. At our Drow Ranger friend there, and miss. Cool. That then leads us to Damien, who, without anybody to punch, looks around, looks back. Duran's gone. Sees. Duran's gone. Neri's gone. We have to figure out what is going on with this place now. These ones aren't as important. If this place collapses, we'll all be lost. And it's going to run up to here and attack. Oh wait, never mind. The last dragonborn didn't get to go. He was stunned anyway, so whatever. Make some attacks against her. And that leads us then to the drow assassins. One's going to attack Damien, the other is going to attack the red dragon, one that was fighting it. So this clashing of steel fists, bows, arrows, crossbows is going on. Things fighting you, you fighting things, dragonborn fighting drow, drow fighting dragonborn, you fighting dragonborn, you fighting drow. It's just a 3-way free-for-all, essentially. And that leads us to Elevorn.
Hi. Yes. Could I? Would it be possible to wedge myself between Era and this lovely drow?
The drow that was attacking her? No. Because they're within 5 feet of each other. What are you trying to do something? But there's no space for you to move between there.
Just shove Era and take her spot.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. Yeah. I want to separate them. So shove him. Well, just like, would she let
Shoving
me?
is an attack action.
Well, I don't want to push her far or actually push her down. I would just carefully be like, back.
That's still more than just movement action.
It's my action. Yeah, I'm going to use my action to do this.
Okay, then yes, sure.
I was
And
just
then
specifying
jump in.
that I don't want to knock her down or hurt her while doing
Got
it.
So you interject right there, and you are now between Era and the drow that had just ran up and sliced her a bit. Just a bit, though.
If it's a dexterity. Oh.
What?
I mean, would Era let me do this, or do I have to contest it, or is it okay?
Does Era want to stand face to face with this drow fighter? Grolvorn is kind of nudging you away and kind of interjecting between, and herself between you and this blade-wielding drow, taking up like a sort of guard dog-like defensive stance in front of you. Hair standing on end. You there, Max?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm looking at my spells.
Okay.
Well, it was like, is it
It
okay
happens.
that I got in the way or not okay? I mean, is it contested?
Oh no, listen, I'm weak as hell right now. I'll let you do it. Literally about to fall.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to, buffer.
No, I
Get
appreciate
in
it,
here
please.
and do a thing. I mean, I can't
No.
do anything else, but yeah.
Next up is this green dragonborn with the bow that you were near. Alphorn doesn't really understand what you are or what's going on. Sees you facing off with the drows. Okay, I'm okay with that. Turns towards one of the rogues that's engaged with his ally, the red dragonborn down there, and shoots a couple arrows towards that drow. One of which almost doesn't miss. That brings us to the dragonborn, the blue dragonborn, that isn't Durand. He's going to run up to this drow and make a couple stabs. One of which almost doesn't miss. I'm not rolling well against my own NPCs. It's almost like I don't want to hit them. But that brings us to Era. Era, who you and Ella got like a brief glance of like ghostly Durand making his way across the library and past the two of you. But it is now Era's turn.
I guess I'm just going to. Would it be possible to maybe reach for the clock and cast a spell, or is that like 2 actions?
I'll say that reaching for the clock would be a bonus. If you
Okay.
wanted your yeah, you could do both.
Would I be able to cast Resilience Sphere on myself and after
So
maybe
get the
grab-
clock and then sphere.
Yeah, and then see either if I see something either on the wall or
Okay. So you go back, you reach for the clock, you grab it, and as you take it down, you notice that there is like that sort of ghostly, like shadow spectral image of basically the same clock that you had taken down. The only difference being the second hand is in a different place. But you take it down. So your passive would be good enough. As you do, the second hand starts to move. But it doesn't move forward. It kind of like, it's not like a ticking clock, it's not consistent. It's like kind of wavering a bit. But it moves as you kind of jostle it and take it down. Only the second hand.
what would I be able to tell what the difference like in the second hand would be?
So the one that was where you guys were watching, that one was between the 3 and the 4. The one up on like the ghostly spectral one is somewhere between the 6 and the 7. But as you take it down and like you begin to you cast the spell Resilience Sphere, are you still doing that or? But I'll say if you want to fully investigate this, try to find out what the movement means, that might be an extra. That's a full investigation check.
No. If I can move with that, then I'll move away from everybody and then fully investigate.
Which way are you moving?
To the east.
So go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. $28.
As you take the clock and as you're looking around and you're moving the clock, moving your body, the second hand points in a direction, almost like a compass needle is more what it's like than a second hand on a clock.
Did it move forward or back? With the steps that I took to.
Essentially, it stays however you orient the clock in your body. It stays pointed towards where you had set yourself up at the first time, towards this corner of the room. So is that where you're heading? Do you need me to repeat anything? Are you confused about anything?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about you can use it as a compass
second hand
essentially,
of the
but
clock is the only thing that moves. The hour and minute hands seem fixed. The second hand of the clock seems to act like a compass, like it's pointing you in a direction.
okay, I'll follow
it's
it.
basically it's fixed on this part of the room. Like if you turned your back towards it, it would be pointed down at the 6. Basically, go back that way. You know.
Okay.
If you point it directly at that part of the room, it will be pointed straight up at the 12. It's basically it's a compass essentially, the second hand at least.
Would I be able to follow the direction then that it's pointing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll say, if I can't say anything, be like, oh, it's reacting. Just protect me.
You basically follow it to this bookshelf on this in this corner of the room here. There are books, scrolls, many different things everywhere, and the way that you have it sort of pointed, it could be in a certain section. It's not fine enough to find a specific individual book or paper, but you got it's definitely this shelf somewhere.
Okay. Can I try anything else, or is that it?
That would be it.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. At initiative count 20. Era, looking at the bookshelf, looking at the clock, all of a sudden the second hand just starts spinning in a wild circle around the clock. Just as if it can't find its direction as you are shifted into the other lane. As well as Elevorn. As well as the drow in front of Duen. Replaced instead with this dragonborn here. The two dragonborn who were there shifted over here. So that there are now mostly dragonborn here. Everything's falling and everything is awful. This is... This one goes back, and this one goes here. I think that's everything. Yep. So that's what the sort of shifting, fragmenting plane of existence that you guys are now dealing with now has oriented. Elevorn Era, you see Duen come fully back into his corporeal form. The three of you, as well as, well, not Damien. Damien's left on the other side, but three of you here, as well as some drow dragonborn. Same thing going on there. Era, you had figured out something with this clock, weird compass, directional like thing, but all of a sudden there's this shifting as again the walls, the bookshelves bow out, like the physical reality that's in front of you kind of merging with this ghostly alternate. And right now your second hand, your compass needle, is just spinning erratically. You kind of look around. Looking up, the clock that you had just taken down, there is a physical clock right there, still, despite having just taken down the one in your hands. However, there's still a fight to beginning to, so... Archer here. Should move back. Fire towards the sorcerer. Hits. Next up, we have the 2 drow fighters, only one of which is over here. Just going to head down towards this blue dragonborn right here. And make his attacks. Almost all of them hit. Durand, it is your turn. You're now back in the same area, the same reality, the same whatever you want to call it as Ella and Era. As they just kind of, their ghostly figures kind of come in and then sort of solidify and slowly become more corporeal as they sort of fade into this existence that you're in right now.
I'll speak to the Dragonborn in front of me in Draconic and ask him.
You can see him, he's starting to get a bit like, he's trying to keep his nerve, but this is strange for him, obviously.
Okay. I'll be like, relax. We're trying to figure this out, but I need your help. Like, what are you here for?
I just responds, I don't know. Not entirely. It's important. It's our destiny. It's what I was told. The specifics. That is for those above me, above us.
Well, hold off the drow then for now while I try to figure this out. And then I'll go to the clock.
Okay.
Kind of double take at Era that she already has a clock in her hands.
Yep.
And then
You guys can talk if you want. You guys can have a little conversation. And you guys can definitely converse, like, if you want to, like, out of character, because I realize that it's weird doing a puzzle in combat, but if you guys want to take time and discuss it, like, as players, that's fine with me. If there's something that you guys are trying to figure out, piece together, or if somebody feels like they know something.
So from my understanding, based off what I know personally, it seems like if the clock is a compass pointing to a particular location in the room, we have to find something in the area that the clock is pointing in, but it has to be native to the location of where the clock was from. My best guess, assuming if this clock will react the same way when I try to pick it up.
Okay, so you go and you take it out. Let's say that's a bonus action for you to do. And examining it, you find that it would react the same way that Era's had. This one, however, the second hand, the compass-like second hand, points towards the opposite corner.
Okay. So I look over to Hera and say, um. So what's yours pointing to?
Well, it was pointing towards the when I was in the other side, towards this direction. But now that I'm here, it's going haywire. It's not really responding to a certain direction. It's just moving erratically.
Well, mine is pointing to something here, so I've got to get to that other side. Maybe just wait till you get back and check out whatever it's pointing out to. And I'll use the rest of my movement to try to get over to what it's pointing at.
Okay, so you got, you can go about there. Around there, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You have 35, right? Or...
Yeah, I have 35.
Okay, so you can get back to about there.
Okay.
Alright, next up, the ghosts continue their battle. As the Inquisitor... Jeez, there are 3 pretty strong Dragonborn right there, and he's not looking that great, and he only has 1 ally around him. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do?
Banish himself.
Banish himself. That's an idea, isn't it? I'm out of here.
He'd live.
Self-banishment. Genius. You should play a caster. Wait, you have
I
banish,
have
don't you?
banishment. I'll do that. Banish.
Banish, dude. Banish. He doesn't really have much.
And I wouldn't have to go against charisma check because I could just be willing.
There you go. Yeah, you try to banish yourself and you just can't because your saving throws are too high. Yeah, he's going to, well, you guys would know, but he kind of shouts and he positions himself kind of behind his fighter man, and he's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself. That leads us to the Dragonborn. Who, this one's going to take 2 attacks and then unleash a torrent of fire breath through the drow and the drow. One succeeds, 1 fails. Alright. The fighters kind of take the lead of their guy, vaulting over here, running over here, and both of these black dragonborns come and... Well, let's see what happens. Crit. Hit. Miss. Miss. And a second crit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and with all of that, this drow is down. As all 3 of those dragonborn turn their gaze now towards this caster. And that brings us to the dragonborn sorcerer. We're still right here. Not too happy with Damien for punching him in the face. Seeing another opportunity to cast a fireball, you can see kind of like a chipped tooth, kind of bloody-lipped smirk as he casts another fireball between the drow and Damien. Damien actually fails, surprisingly. Okay.
Maybe it's intentional. Maybe he runs into the fireball so it
He,
doesn't
just,
hit his
he
shell.
sees him casting the
Yeah, he's
fireball,
like,
he just face takes it, comes through, scorched, burnt hair, burnt and singed, just like, you motherfucker!
Exactly.
Sure, we go with that, because it's Damien's turn next, and that's what he does.
Hey.
You again! How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? That's a miss, that's a hit, and another hit. Let's see if Stunning Strike works. It does, that's a natural 1, so he's stunned again. And he's just... How about this time you stick around so I can keep pummeling you? Alright. Now is the Drow Assassins. Like their friends on the other side, they're now going to gang up on this blue dragonborn here with their other buddy. Hit. 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 And hit. And with the poison damage, let's see if he maintain. Oh, that's 1 success and a fail for the poison. Even so, no. Blue Dragonborn is down. Elevorn, it is your turn. You see, Durand has the thing, the clock in hand, and he seems to be following it. Baton pass.
Or blink us both.
You good?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay. So 5 feet to get closer, 40 feet, right?
Yeah.
40 feet, as close as you can, gets you like pretty much right near these 3 drow here. And you still have 35 feet of movement left.
Can I use 15 feet? No, I don't know. Like, yeah, can I use 15 feet to drag the run closer?
So you're just kind of dragging slash guarding Duran.
Yeah.
It's so awkward. You can't move through an enemy's space. I'll say you can get him like there and then tackle everybody to the ground.
I did it.
No, all the drow here now are pretty focused on you. Doesn't seem like they'll be as swayed easily as the Dragonborn, seeing as, you know, Duran speaks their language, and who knows? Duran might be in on their plan too, for all they know.
I don't know. I don't even know.
Going to cheap some threats.
The
Chip, very angry, waving my paws.
the Dragonborn. Next up is the Dragonborn Archer, who's going to move over, kind of knocks an arrow, points it over towards the drow around Elevorn and Durand, and shouts back towards you, Era, in common. So do you have any idea what in the hells is going on with this place? And shoots a couple arrows out towards the drow, both of which hit.
Would I be able to respond?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, okay. Just so that I can prove that I also know Draconic, I'm just gonna say I have no idea, but
Say it
just
in
make sure none
Draconic.
of them get, yeah,
Oh,
none of
a little
them
bit
get
of a
close
double
to me.
take.
Yeah.
I see. He responds in Draconic as well. That brings us to your turn, Era.
Okay.
With a defunct compass in hand.
All right. What if I like turn the compass away? Is it still like?
Oh,
going
it's
crazy?
still, yeah. No matter how you orient it, turn it, it's still just spinning around like it can't find what it's looking for.
My follow up question would be on this particular plane, if I were to cast anything, would it hurt books as well, or not in this particular thing that we're in?
You're in. This is basically it's the room itself seems like a mirror image, a duplicate. You're not even sure if where you're from was the original or like the
Or
split. They're basically you're in
oh,
the same
okay.
space, but it's like Damien and everything explained. This dimension, this pocket plane, the fourth floor of the Emerald Collective, is breaking, falling apart, and this is the effect of it breaking. And
Okay.
what you're
Alright.
trying to mend and repair and bring back to basically a stable pocket dimension. That's what what you're doing right now, or trying to do maybe with the clocks in hand. What's up, Nemo?
I was just gonna say it's like a reflection in a mirror. Like everything's the same, but you know,
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Thank you.
I think right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
Everything
then I
is the
wouldn't
same.
want to.
It's not even like a mirror image. It's exactly the same.
Same. Okay. Okay. Can you take me to all the way to the left?
You want to go all the way to the left?
Wait.
Because where you were, it was pointing at this place before you got zipped over to the other side.
Could
But I could
What's up?
like so I could just. I'm not looking to. I'm just moving my position basically.
Okay, you're trying to get to the
While
outside?
looking at while looking.
So 30 feet this way or what?
I have a question, if it's okay. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No problem. What's up?
If you hold your turn until, like, if you hold an action, like the action to like investigate or whatever, like, can you use like the trigger of like switching places as like the
Yeah.
thing?
I would say yes.
Wait,
So if you think you are in the right place for the other side era, then you could
oh.
hold like investigating to be like, okay, maybe I'll go back in a bit. You could hold it if you wanted to.
Either that or do damage without fireball. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll hold investigation and wait. Could I try asking for someone to give me a potion or something? I am at like 8 HP.
Oh no. Alright, so you're holding the investigate action and holding your position too?
You know what? I am gonna move step forward a little, like maybe 15 feet forward.
15
And
feet?
then yeah.
Of one thing, 'cause I don't know if you've noticed, because I haven't been able to keep track because I'm like scatterbrained. But like, what color were you standing on before? You were standing on white. I think we were both on white. Does the color matter? Has
Oh.
anyone noticed?
No, I haven't.
Is it alternating? You know, like what's making people swap and then not swap? I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure if there's like something that triggers the swapping or if it's just like after every initiative or something like that.
Initiative count 20, it triggers it, yeah. Just
Okay.
I'll give you that.
I noticed that
Okay.
much, but I was like, if anybody notices like what square color they were standing on, if that's the thing.
Well, it was pointing me at the bookcase and then I swapped places. So if it was pointing me at the bookcase, then maybe it's better to stay in the same position that I was in.
You want to stay in the same position that you were in? Or you want to move?
No, I leave me where I am, because even if I went to the wrong spot, it'll point me back to the bookcase, place, which would confirm me, I guess.
So you said, yes move or no move?
Yeah. You can just move me a little bit forward. So 15 feet forward, it's fine.
15 feet forward? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
And then I guess hold investigation.
Just so you know, like, you're not in position to investigate because you'd have to move to the bookcase as well. You can't hold your movement.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Then yeah, just leave me in front of the bookcase.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right, initiative count 20. Elevorn, Era, you guys find yourselves swapping. Durand, you see Elevorn as you kind of take up a defensive stand in front of these drow, ready to do battle with your Squirrelavorn companion right there. All four of them turn ghostly, and you're standing there left alone with the clock in your hands. Just
Well, I'll take that. Perfect.
you'll take it. Well, not necessarily entirely alone, as now there is a drow with a bow that comes into corporealness.
Yeah, well, whatever. Fuck them.
Whatever.
Bow users at
Damien.
melee range. Ha ha ha.
And Damien, you hear him shout out now from behind you. Ah, not again! Again, he's being taken away from his Dragonborn punching bag. Era, you are now on the other side as well. And you may make an investigation check as it is your held action to do so.
Uh, 26.
How much?
26.
Okay. So using the compass, which stops spinning and again, like kind of needles and points you at this bookshelf that's in front of you, you search through the bookshelf looking at, like, what could it possibly be? What could it possibly be? Nothing really stands out to you. Everything here is, it's more than normal books. They're all strange in one way or another. Except for one that looks pretty average compared to the others, and kind of have to fight yourself to like avoid taking up these books that are written in this strange font. Some of it seems to swim, glow. Obviously, many of these scripts have magic about and in them, like in their very being. The books themselves magical in nature, but you find this one strange, plain-looking green book, and you just catches your eye. You take it out, and you notice that it is bound and clasped and locked with a combination lock, like a 3-digit combination lock. Except they're not numbers, they're letters.
Oh,
So A through Z, 3 different positions essentially. All of them right now are set to A. And because of your investigation check, searching around, looking at everything, where you pulled it out from, there was a small piece of parchment. You take it out, and there is a script in a very nice calligraphied hand. There's a little scrap of parchment, very nice written hand. Would you like to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you read numbers and letters are at times interchangeable, but the key is keeping them in order. And that's it.
I'd like to repeat it, I guess, into the bracelet as well,
Okay.
with the discovery, and direct her on to follow the direction that his clock. I'm sure he already knows, but like, just reiterate. Numbers and letters are at times interchangeable, but the key is keeping them in order.
And that's, I guess, your reaction then would be to have done that.
I wonder if it's like the first letter of like the numbers. I mean, yeah.
All right.
Unless it literally
Let's go
means
ahead and-
key.
Let's
Stop.
go ahead and take a break. You guys can think on that a bit. And sorry about the whole banishing thing, Cele, but it looks like this guy's about to get murdered by dragons, so you should be back here soon.
Well, it's punishment. It happens.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mm.
You surprised him. You just popped out of nowhere with your daggers and shit. I mean, you can please feel free if you have any ideas on like what they're figuring out to just chime up and continue and contribute.
Mm.
But you guys can think on what's going on here. I'll be right back. It always feels bad We had just had a shift where Elavorn and those 3 drows had moved away from Durand. Elavorn and the 3 drow are now just spectral, ghostly images in front of you, but now a corporeal drow with a bow is standing in front of you, much like one of the ones back in the proving grounds that had just rained arrows down onto the civilians as they fled. Now takes up the bow, points it towards you, and unleashes 2 shots. The first one being a 13, and the next 21 to hit. No, wait, sorry. 15 and 23 to hit.
23.
23
Hits?
hits? Okay.
Yeah.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as you take...
I guess I'll do 2.
Yeah, do 2. 12 points of piercing damage. As after... goes here.
19.
Okay. Success. You feel this poison that's been... The arrows have been tipped with begin to seep into your veins, but you manage to shrug it off and not let it affect you.
What was the damage? 15?
The damage was 13.
13.
So you have to make a 10 for your concentration.
The concentration check is plus 17.
Yeah, you're good. Next up is the drow fighter. Who steps up and is going to take 2 attacks against you, then turn with a hand crossbow and shoot it over towards that dragonborn sorcerer. So against you, Elavorn, the first attack is a 13 to hit, and the second one is a natural 20.
The natural 20 does.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so from that, you take your resistance to slashing, so you would take 3 points of slashing damage. Rolled a 1, so minimum damage there. But the poison damage, you take 32 points of poison damage. Then against the Dragonborn, that is a hit. So the Dragonborn sorcerer is not looking great after being punched a bunch, as well as being shot now, and is still stunned. That is the fire's turn. Durand, it is your turn.
Get me to this
You have
thing.
the clock in hand, pointing you towards this bookshelf here.
Yeah, get me to it.
Okay. Which one do you want to? You could stop in front of. You could stop on the black or the white square. Which one?
I think the black square. What square was I on? Does that matter? I was on the
Which
black
square
square.
were you on, or which square what?
Which square was I on just now?
You were on a black square just now.
Okay, I'll stay on black then.
So you were on a black square, and you didn't get shifted over last time.
Yeah, so I'll assume that might be the same thing.
Okay.
And let me check this thing out.
All right, go ahead and make an investigation check, please.
Ooh. No, that's a different one. So that is 15.
15. Takes you a bit longer than Hera, but you do manage to find the one sort of book that sends out as Hera's been in constant conversation over the bracelets and everything, so you kind of have more of an idea of what to look for. And you find the book, and you also find a little note. This one still, again, green, bound and locked with a combination lock. These 3 digits are numbers. So it is different than the one that Era has. Would you like to hear the little note that is left for you?
Yeah.
Okay. What you read is, there are multiple ways to tell the time. Whichever way one decides, the times of hours and minutes is key.
What's my clock say again?
Your clock is the same as hers, with the hours on the 5 and the minutes would be the 55 11.
Oh, okay, so it's the same, 11 and 5.
Yep. Is that your turn?
If you can let me put that in,
What are you putting in?
or is that too much?
5 5 5 and 11. So 5 1 1.
Yeah, 511.
All right. You hastily just kind of scramble through, get to 5 1 and 1. Test the lock. It's still locked.
All right. Well, I guess I'll try something else. After.
All right. Next up is the Drow Inquisitor, who doesn't really care about what the little tiefling in the corner is doing, as 3 of these menacing Dragonborn are closing in on him. Man. Okay, he's desperate. He's going to cast a spell. And as he does, Neredian, you find yourself back where you had left, in the library, in this area. Pulled, wrenched, suddenly blinked out of the seemingly endless void that you had been for the past, maybe 18 seconds.
Confused.
Yes. So you were over there. Each of these Dragonborn needs to make a Constitution saving throw, of which 2 of them fail. So, Neredian, you're back. Kind of getting your bearings, looking around, you can see the drow that had banished and cast you away is now cut up, bleeding, broken, and 3 of these Dragonborns are now heading towards him. 2 of which, this inky black ichor seems to have clung and stuck to their eyes, and they kind of are now stumbling around blindly. It is now the one that succeeded's turn, who continues forward. He's going to attack him. Hit, natural 20, and another hit. What's up?
What spell did the thing cast that ended the...
Oh, wait, no, it's not concentration, is it? Hold on. I thought it was. Let me just check that. Blindness, deafness is not concentration. So, little order of operations thing. Because with the crit and all of that damage, he was only at 40 hit points as well, so the casting of the spell doesn't bring you back to Neredian, but you come back to see him fall and collapse to the ground dead. Next up are the 2 Dragonborn, which, since it's not concentration, are still technically blinded. Kind of just stumble around, just kind of heading forward, and the red Dragonborn kind of grabs them both, saying, "Come on, stay together." We're not quite through this. You understand Era as it's speaking in Draconic. But that is those two's turn. And Netadian, it is your turn now. You see no signs of Durand. You see Elevorn with 3 of these drow on her. You see Era with a notebook kind of fiddling with a little lock attached to it on this book that she has near this. You just saw those 3 Dragonborn there in front of you, and that's about it. What are you doing?
Very confused about what is going on. I don't know. I guess if Era doesn't seem to mind the Dragonborn, then I'll leave them be and get. How far are the trowels?
About 50 feet away. You can get there with bonus action dash.
Well, actually, then I don't want to. Before I move, I'll use Toll the Dead on one of them. Which one of them looks kind of like the, worst?
That would be this one here, one of the roguish assassin-looking ones that had started the fight in the proving grounds against the Platinum Aegis.
So yeah, I'll use it on that.
Okay. So
And
that's
it needs to make a wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Gotcha. That's a 10.
Sure, I don't think it saves.
Don't think it saves. So go ahead and roll.
And it's, 3d12s.
And it is damaged, definitely.
$27 points of necrotic damage.
27 points of necrotic. All right. As the gong of Toll the Dead and the ears start to bleed, one of them in front of you, Elevorn, kind of cringes, shrinks away as its skull is racked with pain. So that is your action, Netadian. You still have movement and bonus.
Then get me close to Elevorn.
Okay. Yep. With movement and bonus, you can get close to Elevorn. You want to be up against the drow or behind Elevorn or where?
Up against the drow.
All right. Netadian rushes up to your side, Elevorn. Weapons out. That is her turn. Next up is the Dragonborn Sorcerer. Who probably, if only, is stunned actually, so never mind. Does not cast a third fireball. Next up is Damien. Runs up. Takes a punch, miss, punch, hit. Key point, stunning strike. Yep, that's a 2 on the dice for the Constitution. Stuns this drow kind of in passing and continues up to you, Durand. What's going on? What are you doing here? Did you figure it out?
Not just yet. There's numbers on this lock, and it's in some sort of relation to time, but I don't quite have it.
Any ideas? And he kind of just speaks with you if you want to, like, show him the note. He starts to go over and read it, and that's his bonus action to do that.
Yep.
I'll say, yep. And that would then lead us to the assassins. Let's see. The one you had told the dead, Neredian, is going to attack you as you rush up to him. First attack is a massive 16 to hit.
No.
Alright, bonus action attack. That's con. It's worse, 12. So 2 misses, dodges out of the way. Other one, the other one is going to swing around behind you, flanking with its ally. It's going to attack you. Jeez, these are awful. 16 to hit.
Yep.
And double natural 20 on the advantage. Jesus Christ.
How about note that 20?
Do you just nullify crits? Is that it? Or
Lucky.
lucky. So I have to re-roll it, even if it's advantage, yeah. And take the new one. That's a 17 to hit. So not a crit, though.
Yeah.
Alright, please make 2 constitution saving throws against the poison. Actually, just one. Just one constitution saving throw. So you have to reapply the poison.
And I'll use a shield on either one of them.
Alright, go for it.
Okay.
10. What did you say, Elevon?
10. Yes.
Okay, that does not succeed.
So, did I need to do the shield or?
Yeah.
Yeah. So minus 7 points of damage.
Okay. So would have been with the halved piercing, it would have been 31. But the shield, like a little bit of psychic shielding from the shadows that Neredian conjures to defend you, so you take 24 points of damage. I love one. Oh, actually, sorry, not 24. It's actually 40 points of damage total because it would have gotten sneak attack as well.
Okay, well, you subtracted 24, right? That's perfect for me. And then what plus,
An additional 16.
Okay.
From the sneak attack.
Well, I'm an elf now.
You're an elf. And it is your turn.
Blimey, you're an elf.
How big is this room?
I mean, what are you trying to do? It's about 60 feet across.
How tall? How tall?
Oh, tall?
Tall. Yeah. The metric.
Very tall. Very tall. Like looking up, you didn't actually look up before. There's just like sort of these motes of like floating lights that provide vision. Other than that, you can't even see the ceiling really.
For my bonus action, wait, how far is the arrow away from me?
About 80 feet maybe at a diagonal, 70, 80 feet just at a glance.
Okay, so we're going to take the disengage action and move like my movement towards Hera.
Okay. It's 30 feet.
Okay, and I would like to cast.
Wait, is it? Hold on. That's 30 feet. There we go. What are you casting?
Healing spirit right on top of Era. At,
Okay.
Like, third level? Yeah, okay. Yeah, third level.
I
Go ahead and
live.
roll
Oh my
that
god.
Healing. As all of a sudden, Era, your wounds and pain starts to be nullified as you are sort of taken aback, shocked, like on defensive at first, as more of these sort of spectral uh, spirits show up around you, but then you realize that they're not like the ones that you've seen, the Dragonborn, the Drow, your friends. These are fairy dragons. And as they kind of circle and swirl around you, the wounds begin to close, the bleeding is stemmed, and you feel a lot better. How much hit points does she restore?
It's 2d6 if she wants to roll, or I can. It doesn't matter.
Either.
You can roll.
It's 9 points.
9 points of healing.
And
Thank you.
that is. You're welcome. My turn, I guess.
What's up?
That's my turn. I can't really.
Okay. Next up is the Dragonborn Archer, who is going to get line of sight and attack the Drow Archer and hit both times. So that brings us to Era's turn. So like I said, you guys can discuss if you want the puzzle or whatever, or if you think you've got it, go ahead and tumble something into the lock.
Okay. I believe we were gonna try the Roman numerals of 511, was it? So BXI.
So you go in left to right, V, X, I. Pull on the lock. Nothing. So, I'd say you guys on the right track. Definitely close. I'd give the little hint that you had found another look. But I'll say that's a bonus action to do one. I'll say you guys have time to 6 seconds. You can get 2 guesses in per, or 2 attempts at unlocking in per turn if you want to use your action as well.
So, when the path ahead lay unclear, only time will tell the correct destination.
Yep, that was getting the
Of the
clock
clock.
down and using it as a compass. You did that. The one that the clue for eras is this one.
Numbers and letters are times interchangeable, but the key is keeping them in order.
Alphabetical order for the Roman numerals?
Yeah, so would it be I, B,
IVX.
yeah.
Is that what you're trying?
What, yeah, IVX.
Okay. You go scroll through, you enter now IVX left to right. You pull on it, and the lock opens.
Nice. Sorry.
Opening the
I guess,
book,
yeah.
you realize that it's hollow. There aren't pages in it. It's like a false book, essentially. Inside, you can see that there's a sort of a window that has... it's kind of partway between 2 symbols, and there's a rotary dial that kind of switches and changes. Actually, Sorry, let me back up. You open the book up, and inside there's a rotary dial set in the middle of basically a circular, like a section that is split into 4 equal sectioned parts, and each of the parts has 4 different symbols on it. So just like a circle that's cut into 4, right? The rotary dial has like a little notch or arrow that points at one of them. That you can turn and point at one of them. One of the symbols is a black hourglass. One is a white hourglass. One is an hourglass where half of it is white, half is black. And one is a split hourglass, like a broken hourglass. Right now, the one that you have is on the split hourglass position.
Oh.
So again, there's a completely black hourglass, a completely white hourglass, a broken hourglass, and an hourglass that half is white, half is black. But you used your action, bonus action, to do this, and so you don't have the time of the action at this turn to fiddle with the dial just yet.
Okay.
Alright, so that's that. And that's Era's turn. So next up is initiative count 20. Era. The book falls through your hands. And you look down, and it's no longer corporeal. It is just this ghostly specter of a book. As you are shifted, but the book remains.
Oh.
Other people who are shifted. Dran, same thing happens with you. The book remains, you are shifted. This drow shifts. This drow shifts. Yeah. This drow shifts. This dragonborn shifts. And that's it. No, this dragonborn shifts too. So that's what the playing field looks like now. It is now the drow archer's turn. Dran, you now find yourself flanking this fighter with Netadion. There you see Dran's sort of ghostly form as he's looking through this book. As Dran becomes fully corporeal, as one of the archers takes up aim and shoots once at each of you. So Dran against you is a 23 to hit, and against Netadion is a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
Alright, I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws, please.
Could Era have healed again before? Because it's at the beginning of her turn.
Yes. So, Era, you can go ahead and roll 2d6 for healing.
Yeah. Seven.
7 points of healing. Go take it.
It's 24. Beating my 20s.
So, yeah. You take 12 points of damage, Darand.
16 for me.
16. You both succeed on resisting the poison. Netadion, you take 6 points of damage.
My concentration check is 16.
You're good. Alright, next up is the drow fighter, sandwiched between you two. No one else. Spinning its 2 curved short swords, lashes out towards the 2 of you. Like, Netadion, that's a natural 20.
No. Roll it
Lucky.
again.
Okay, not a natural 20. Instead, a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Then towards you, Durand. That's a natural 2.
Hey.
So probably not.
I'm gonna uncanny dodge it.
Okay, sounds good. So with the non-critical hit, Netadion, you take with uncanny dodge. Let's see, 8, 10, 16, 20, 10 points of damage mixed between slashing and poison. Would have been 20, but halved to 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have another fighter somewhere? No, the other fighter's dropped. So that then leads us to Duran's turn. The book that you had been like kind of looking at the lock and everything turned ghostly, or rather you shifted and the book remained. So it drops to the floor in front of Damien. But it's your turn. And you have just been attacked by these drow.
Can I swap the shield to poison for the love of God?
Sure.
Oh, wait, it has
bonus
had poison
action.
resistance. Whatever.
The shield shifts to green scales.
And I'm just gonna use. I'll just use lay on hands. I'll do 40.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So next up, the Drow Mage is dead. But the Dragonborn... Red Dragonborn back there near Elevhorn is not. And it points the sword towards you, Elevhorn, and shouts out in slightly broken common. And what are you doing here, elf? Surely you're not working with the Dark Ones.
Trying to fix this place, and I put my hands up, like, not like aggressively, just like, we can
Make
do
a persuasion check.
There's a 15.
Okay. Fix it by ridding this place of them. And points the sword towards the drow, and he takes up his blade and heads past you in that direction. Rushes up, kind of. There's Dadan. You notice as this red dragonborn is running up, there's this look of uncertainty and sort of caution as he approaches the drow and Netadian. Like he seems on guard against them, but doesn't seem necessarily on guard against you. Next up is the dragonborn fighter, who is still blinded and is going to rush off in what direction? Let us find out. Due south. Trips over the corner of the table, kind of bangs into it. Stumbles a bit, gets back up, and kind of makes his way over, bumps into this chair here. And that's his turn. Then there's the one here, who is also blinded, but at the end of his turn, manages to shrug it off, and then focuses down towards the drow there. Looks around for maybe what seemed to be the leader, the red dragonborn, and not finding him, just, where's the nearest drow? Let's go fight. Durand, it is not your turn, because you just had your turn, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Netadian, it is your turn. Flanking
Okay.
Mr. Alderaan.
So, the drow in front of me is gonna get stabbed.
Perhaps. Let us find out.
I believe.
I believe. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Without a doubt.
$29.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
That was almost a
So,
crit. I didn't believe hard enough.
snake attack applies.
Does. You had advantage, and there are enemies within 5 feet of it.
Yes. $31.
31 points of damage. Okay.
And I actually could use what, let me check. Psionic Strike, which lets
Okay.
me roll one of the, those dice.
Yeah, so like push a bit further in. So
Yeah.
another d6 of damage, right?
Yeah, plus my int mod.
Oh. Go ahead. Is that just a free thing, or is that a bonus, or is that just...
It's you can propel your weapons with a psionic force once on each of your turns immediately after you hit a target within 30 feet of you. You can expend one psionic energy die rolling it.
Yeah, you did it. So it's not just an addition to the attack. Got it.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
that was 4 points of extra damage.
4 more points
Force
of damage.
damage or whatever. Yeah, force damage, I guess.
Sounds good. So 35 total points of damage. Yeah. Sounds good. You still have your bonus action. Like, going forward, you could just toss that in with your attacks. You don't have to do it like separately, if you want to.
Yeah, next time maybe, if I remember. Yeah.
Sounds good. So, bonus action.
Yes.
Second stabby stab.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I believed harder.
Unfortunately, can't sneak attack again.
Yeah.
You takes it when you can get it, though.
Yeah.
So that's the Shadow Blade? Or...
Yeah, Shadow Blade.
Yeah. So 2d8 crit. That's nothing to scoff at, though.
So that was 10 total, so 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, he's looking not too great after those 2 attacks.
And that's it.
That's it? No movement?
No.
Okay. Next up is the Dragonborn Sorcerer, who is now once again on the same field as Damien. Just like, shouts out to him in Draconic. You kind of hear ghostly echoes of this Durand. Let's see how you like it. And he's going to cast a spell at Damien. Oh, Damien doesn't succeed. And he casts Hold Person, and Damien is paralyzed. It's Damien's turn. He's still paralyzed. The end of his turn, he breaks out of it. Good for you, Damien.
Would I be able to counterspell that for him?
60 feet? 10,
Uh,
20, 30, 40. You would be able to, yeah.
Let me do that.
Okay. So, let's see how you like it. And then cast the spell and just... Yeah! Gonna rush towards you. Damien's not paralyzed then, so his turn. He's going to take up the book. I'm gonna make an intelligence check for him. That's not great. So he's gonna come over to where Durand was, pick up the book that he had. Okay, just tucks it into his robe for safekeeping, and then proceed to the drow here to punch them in the face. That is a hit, and a hit. Going through all his key points, and stuns that one. So, good. Alright, that's Damien's turn. That does lead us to the two assassins who flank Damien and are coming after him. Jeez, another crit. Holy shit. 2 crits. They do have advantage, but still. So 2 crits. Yeah, no, like, how much hit points does he have total? Not that much. Damien's down. Elevon, it's your turn. Dodan, you in Netadion would notice the sort of spectral, ghostly fight going on here between those two. Actually, okay, it's not as bad. No, because that one's was stunned by stunning strike. How much hit points did he have? Because that's still... No, it's still enough to bring him down, but it's not enough to make him make death saves or like be in danger of dying outright, because that was... He took 66 points of damage there. So Damien's down.
Shit.
Elevorn, it is your turn.
Okay.
So you saw Era disappear, but the book that she was going, that was, had been unlocked, it now kind of falls open in the space that she was. Obviously there is Dadan, Netadion doing battle behind you as well. What are you doing?
My head might explode, but here, let's try to figure something out.
30 feet gets you there.
I don't want to maybe not do that, because what does...
What? What? I'm sorry, you said your head might explode. I thought you were gonna go and try to...
I'm trying to figure out what to do, because you have Damien down on the other side of the board, so like what color square do I have to be on and close enough to him to hold a spell for when I get swapped?
Oh dear.
And have him be in range. I mean, I don't know what happened, so I was trying to also move my spirit thingy, but it's not probably going to work, because I don't think I can get it on top of him for a swap. Okay, yeah. How can I move so that like I will be swapped in within a couple feet of Damien? Like I want to be on the black square, I guess, because I was on the white square and didn't get changed over. So, yeah.
Were you on the white square? Did I put you back where you were?
I don't.
I think white squares do move you, because I moved over here and I was on a white square. So was
Is it
Era.
on a
Era's on a
black
white
No,
square
you
too.
were on a black square.
Oh, I was on a black square? Why am I
Because
on a
you're
white
on a
one
white
now?
square now and you didn't move. So you see
Oh, they're
like
inverted.
where you are in front of that bookshelf?
Okay.
In front of it on the other side is a black square. So
Oh,
they're
okay.
like opposite.
Oh.
So white on this side moves you over to the other side.
So,
Black on
yeah,
that side moves you
you
over
guys
here.
got shifted over. Black got shifted over last time. So you guys have been kind of figuring that out throughout this whole thing. So black shifted last time.
So is it white now, or we don't know?
Presumably, I'd say it's white.
All right. Well, try to line me up with Damien. I don't. Will he?
As
I
close
don't
as you can get.
fucking know.
What?
Yeah, I think you're fine
This
if
is
we go to
frustrating.
white
I'm
squares.
sorry. Like, just move me so I'm close to Damien. I don't know if he's going to switch. He's also unconscious. There's no reason why he wouldn't switch though, because he's a corporeal being, and so such that I don't know. Is he
Same
on
here.
white? Is he on black? I
He's
can't
on black
tell.
right now.
He's on black, so he
Damien's
should
on
stay
black.
over there.
And that's why I said my
Presumably.
head is about to explode. Like, I'm like trying to figure out how to get to Damien.
So get as
So you
close
wanna
as you
be,
can
like,
on
right
white.
Here, 30 feet on a white square.
Is it white or is it black?
It
I can't tell you which is coming next. I can just tell you what happened last time.
I'm
Duen was on a black square. Now he's on a white square. Black got shifted over last time.
I don't. Whatever. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to hold the spell. For the healing word or not healing word, healing spirit again. But you know that one will stay there till I swap. If I don't swap, then it fizzles. I put it somewhere else
Understood.
because I won't be close enough to just cure wounds him, right? You know. I mean, because he might switch places. I don't know.
Next up is the Dragonborn Archer. He's gonna take a shot towards one of the assassins that had felled Damien, but is still a drow, so it's still the enemy. That is a miss and a natural 20. Jesus fuck. Yeah, and that was what the assassin got swapped over that Nedadion had told the dead and whatever, so vengeance is the brothers. That one is down. And that brings us to Era's turn. You're on the wrong side of things, Era.
God damn it. All right.
So the book is at your feet, but it's spectral, ghostly, and you can't interact with it.
You can hold an interaction.
You can, if you want to. Just be down there, like, ready to pick up the book and mess with one of the dials, perhaps.
yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And at the end of your turn, white shifts. Era, you go back, and you interact with the book. Elevorn, you come over here, as well as Nedadion, the Dragonborn, the Drow, who can't be in Damien's space, so I'm going to put him next to him, the Durand. This Drow shifts. It's a lot of shifting going on. This one does as well, and this one goes over here, and that looks like it. Elevorn, go ahead and cast your healing spirit. As oddly enough, Era, go ahead and roll 2d6 as you're boofed into the healing spirit on that turn, and then it disappears as Elevorn casts another one.
7.
So you got the very tail end of it. So Damien heals and is conscious once again. Do you want to go ahead and roll 2d6 for Damien Elevorn as Era rolls her 2d6, and then... How much does Damien heal, Ella? You with us, Nimue? Is anybody here with me?
Here.
Hello.
Hello. So did you roll 2d6, Max?
Yeah, I said it was 7.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So, Era, you pick up the book, the dial that you have, the code that you cracked. You open it up. It is right now pointed towards the split hourglass. What are you gonna do?
Oh, let me fuck. Can I do the the halvesies? Like,
The
can I
halvesies?
turn the dial? Yeah, to the halvesies.
Okay. You turn the dial towards the position where both the half of the hourglass is white, half is black, and it doesn't seem like anything has changed.
God damn.
Nothing, like, it kind of clicks into place. You can see that, like, the hourglass itself, the outline of it kind of shimmers slightly and briefly, so you can tell that it registered what you're doing, but looking around you don't see any differences, other than maybe your friends that are kind of spectral now, since they're on the other side, seem a little bit less ghostly, but still ghostly in nature. All right. Nemo, are you here?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment.
No problem. Go ahead and roll 2d6 for Damien, please. As I'm not sure if you caught that, but Era got poofed back into the healing spirit, so she got 2d6 before you cast yours. So it was like, that split second that she had entered its space, basically, because it was still right where you left it.
So it's 11.
11, nice. So Damien is back up, as right now is the drow archer there. Oh dear, plenty of people here now. She's going to attack Durand twice. Bad Dragonborn, kill it. 24 and 27 to hit.
My God. Yeah, they both hit.
Okay. Go to make 2 Constitution checks, saving throws rather, or 4, I guess.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make the 2 for the poison first, and then make the concentration checks after. But as for damage, you take 17 points of piercing damage.
Saving throws are 14 and 22.
You save both times.
The concentration checks for both of them are both 17.
Nice. Succeed on both of those as well. Next up is the fighter, who will swing around this way. Take 2 attacks on Neredion and 1 hand crossbow attack on Durand. Neredion, that is, first attack is a 14 to hit.
No.
Second attack is worse, that's a 10. And against Durand, that is a 21 to hit.
No, just barely.
No. Alright, so just barely able to get your shield up in time to deflect the crossbow bolt. And Neredion, you dodge around the 2 short sword attacks. Nothing doing there. As it is Durand, your turn. You see the book that you had left there kind of had near Damien on the ground, as it had fallen out when he had collapsed.
Let me snatch it.
Alright. You grab it.
Try this again. What the heck?
So yours was an actual 3 digits that are numbers themselves.
Is it anything like, are the numbers 1 through 9?
0 through 9.
0 through 9.
Yep, and your little clue hint was there are multiple ways to tell the time. Whichever way one decides, the times of hours and minutes is key.
Times of hours and minutes is key. So what's the hour?
The hour is the same thing. It's on the 5, and the minute hand is pointed to the 11.
Damn it! I already tried 5:11. I don't get it.
Maybe it's like backwards, like 11 and then 5 for some reason. I don't know why. Because
Make an intelligence check, Durand. And you succeed. It can give you a hint.
It's 14.
Okay. Say the emphasis that I put, like the capitalization, is what would have also been capitalized in the note there. That's important.
Oh, sorry.
And bless you. And words can have different meanings.
God, why do I get the fucking tricky book?
So I would say yours is a numerical, like is numbers, like on the dials. They're numbers, not letters. Think of the
it's a
hint in
multiplication
terms of
problem.
numbers.
A multiplication problem? Because the times of hours and minutes is key. Multiple, like I don't know what,
11 times 5?
what the does it give you?
11 times 5 would just be 55. I don't know. This is
What's up,
I-
Cele?
No, I'm bad at math, but
I'll also say that
Mm.
one last thing. If you're looking at a clock and you're reading the clock that you have, the time would not be 5:11, right?
hour. Looking at a clock, it's
It would
pointing
be
at.
2, right? Instead of
The
the 10?
hour is pointed at the 5, the minute hand is pointed at the 11.
So then, okay, so then it's 555. 555 is my best guess. Then in that case, this would be the 11 555.
That is the time, yes. That the clock is
5
showing.
hours and minutes. So yeah, I'll try it. 555.
You try 555. Nothing. But you have a second go with your things. I'll say that you guys are right there and definitely on the right path. And so the way to solve it has been said already.
So 5 times 5 times 5. Or is it 5 times 55?
Wait. Where are you getting the 555 thing from?
Because 11 on a clock is 55.
But is it pointing at the 2? Because that would be the 11 minutes. Or is
The
it
hour,
the
it's
11?
not. It's the minute hand
Hours
is
on
pointed
5.
at the 11, the big 11.
Oh,
right?
okay,
Yeah.
fine. Sorry. I'll shut up.
You're okay.
5, I guess unless it's 5 times 55. Could make it 275.
Is that what you're putting in?
So 5 times 5 times 5 does also. I don't think that's it.
What are you putting in?
$275.
Alright, so you had 555. You tried the lock, it doesn't work. You go through, you put 275, you try the lock, and it opens. Unlocking it, taking apart the opening the book. You can't do anything, interact with it any more than you do, but you see, similar to what Era has, the same 4 symbols. This one also pointing, like Era's was at the beginning, at the shattered hourglass. But that is your turn, Durand. Unless you want to move. Do you want to move?
Wait, was hers pointed at the shattered? I thought you said it was pointed at the half.
She moved it to the half and half. It was initially pointed at the shattered. Era changed it on her turn to the half and half.
To the halvesies.
Yeah. The one in Durand's hand right now is pointed at the shattered. So again, there's one black hourglass, one white, one shattered, and one half black, half white.
All right. What
Alright.
do next turn?
That brings us to Mr. Dragonborn here. He'll come around here and attack the drow. Sees you guys fighting the drow, doesn't see you guys fighting him, so enemy of my enemy and whatnot. That's a hit, a miss, even with advantage, and a hit. So 2 hits against this fighter here. He's still up. That brings us to the Dragonborn fighters who are over on the other side. With Era. Era's the only one there. Other than that one there. Rushing up. That one has to dash, so only one gets its attacks off. Hit. Crit. And miss, even with advantage. So, this assassin, which hadn't actually been hit before, interesting, takes some damage. And that brings us then to Nadadian. Over on this side.
Steal the book.
Damien has been healed. What's up?
Steal the book.
Steal the
Why?
book?
Yeah, take the book from me.
Steal it. She could just move the thing to whichever thing is
Yeah.
decided to move it.
True, if you want to. Or you could stab this guy. Either one.
Yeah, I have to get rid of the enemy, so I'm gonna
Yep.
stop it. Yeah.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
that makes the most sense. Also, like what you'd be focused on in the immediate moment.
Damien
anyways.
is coming to right now. He sees you unlock and open it. Looks around. Sees the still like the spectral ghostly images that are fighting. Still broken. Ugh. He sits up, bleeding. Looks like just barely hanging on, but conscious again.
17.
17 barely hits.
If do I get a sneak attack? I mean,
Is it
he
an
would
enemy?
be with advantage. He is enemy. Yeah, it's a hostile creature within another hostile creature within 5 feet.
True.
of him.
True. He doesn't have to be your friend. He just has to be hostile towards the target.
His attention is definitely split between you and the Dragonborn, and that's the whole idea behind it. So yeah.
okay.
Or you could fish the crit. Hmm?
Fish for the crit.
Going fishing?
Going fishing.
29 points of damage.
29 points of damage. As the drow is facing off between you two, kind of going up and defending himself both times. There's a moment where he turns his attention more towards the dragonborn, and that's when you slip the dagger between his shoulder blades, and the drow slumps to the floor. Now you are left staring up at the dragonborn across from you, who's wary, but doesn't seem initially immediately aggressive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep staring at him. I'm gonna go to the archer.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'll stab it too.
Go for
And
it.
try to.
Kill all the drow.
Okay, maybe not. That's 10.
No, that does not hit, unfortunately. So I believe that's your turn then? That was all your movement, attack, action, and bonus, right?
Yeah.
Alright. That leaves us now with the Dragonborn Sorcerer. This guy's kind of got a personality all on his own already. Like, just from this fight, there's been character development.
Yeah.
He's gonna move up. You're gonna see Damien getting just back to, like, struggling up to his feet. And he's going to cast Fireball right on top of Damien. So I need Elevorn, Damien, and Durand to make dexterity saving throws, please. What's the bonus that Damien would get from you, Durand? Is that +2?
He would get, I think it's +4. It's 2 +2.
Well, that's a natural 20. I'm not sure if he needs it. And he has evasion, so yay monks.
That's an 11.
11. It's a fail, unfortunately.
I think I have rolled more 20s today than I have
On just saving throws?
on like saving throws and investigation checks. And...
No attacks though, but to be fair, you haven't attacked much.
True. So that is... It's a lot. It's like 25.
25. Yeah, you're good. So, Elevorn, you take 26 points of fire damage. As kind of rolling, dodging out of the way, getting to his feet, half movement on his turn to stand up. Just the scorching, singed bits of bookshelf and the books like behind him that were engulfed in the fireball. He gets 2d6 more hit points and charges at the sorcerer again. 15, Step of the Wind, gets him there, and he is going to punch. Chitty punch, 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 punch. That's one hit out of the 2. And he's not stunned, actually. So, not as good, but Damien wants this guy's like... He's not happy with him. So next up is the Drow Assassin that's currently being flanked by 2 Dragonborn. He's gonna make their attacks against them. That's a miss and a hit. Elevorn, it is your turn.
I'm just like putting out my dress, sacrifices I make for the knowledge I can't understand.
Mm-hmm. You see
Yeah.
Dadan with the book open there. You got
So-
Damien.
I'll just walk up to Durand and be like, what do I do?
You can walk into your healing spirit.
Sure, why not?
Alright, so Dadan Elevorn walks up to you. As you have the fake false book open with the dial.
Maybe we've gotta figure out whichever one Era may have chosen and pick the same one.
I use the bracelet. Hey, Arrow, which thingy do you have your thingy on the book? Which hourglass?
Oh, I have it on the
With that
half and
one?
half.
Yeah.
Does it work?
That's
Um,
my wonder. Does the I gave you a thing in the bracelet? Does it say within the same plane of existence?
Oh.
I don't think it says anything. Does it say anything about it?
Let me see.
All speakers brace.
Oh, on the same plane.
Oh. Yeah, on the same
I'll
plane.
say no. Like you guys wouldn't have been able to talk to Neri when she was banished. That wouldn't have made sense. That's just a pocket plane, so these are different enough to kind of interfere with that.
Okay. So I'll be like, white or black?
Well,
To Durand, who's standing right in front of me, so I can talk to him, yes?
White.
Okay, so I push it to the white.
you put it to the white one, and as she does, the hourglass around like that, the white hourglass, the outline of it kind of shimmers and pulses, and Netadian, the drow, and Elevorn, much like when you had entered the room at the beginning, frozen, locked in time.
Oh shit. I'm itching.
Whose turn is it now? I'm ready. Let's go. Whose turn is it?
Next up is the Dragonborn Archer there, who's going to attack the drow.
Good.
Good. Take some damage. One hit, one miss. Alright, Era, it's your turn. You still have the book. It's still on the half and half. Nothing seems
Oh.
to have happened. You're kind of in a little safe space. All the fighting is going on across the room from you. There's 3 Dragonborn in the drow. The drow seems to be just on its last legs against the overwhelming numbers.
Oh, fuck. I mean,
Fuck me. God damn
and
it.
there's no way for us to communicate because we're on separate planes, right? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I could either
last
help
time,
attack.
White shifted,
or-
so just so you know, if you wanted to move. What are you doing?
Yeah, I guess move me to the white spot.
Okay.
The other colored. I'm debating if I should attack the drow. If I can't do shit, 'cause I really don't think I should move it without communicating.
Okay. So kind of holding, actually moving it or talking, or, once you can talk, just holding that action of fiddling with it and discussing things.
Oh, man.
Holding a fiddle action.
As I yeah, I'll hold my action.
Okay. So at the end of your turn, Black Shift. Dran.
And I forgot to move.
The drow comes over here, can't share the same space. Damien and the sorcerer for once both move at the same time and stay together. And this one. Just two. The Dragonborn Archer who sees everybody except for that drow is no, it's the drow archer's turn, but the drow archer is frozen in time right now. The drow fighter is dead. Durand, it is your turn.
I end my
So
turn.
Era, first thing you would see is the shifting of these spectral people, like the corporealness of the people in the room changing and shifting. You see Durand come into full being on the opposite corner of the room. Durand, you see the same thing back to Zara as the book slips from your hands again.
Yeah, wonderful.
And goes
Era,
between Elwyn's fingers.
Era, what thing did you choose?
The black and white one, both.
All right, excellent. I wait here.
Just so you know, you're not on the last one that shifted over was a black one. You couldn't be at the square that you were on because there's someone occupying it.
Oh, so then move me to white.
Okay.
This drags on just because I forgot to fucking move.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Next up, the Dragonborn convene. Actually, no, this one goes over to Damien because he's punching his friend. That's a hit, and a hit. Damien barely stays up. Next up are the fighters. And Netadian is frozen in time right now. It is the sorcerer's turn. It's going to try to move away. Damien gets his punch attack, which does hit. And sorcerer's going to try to firebolt and miss. So that leads us now to Damien. Not looking in the best of ways. He understands the situation. He's going to disengage. Step of the wind to get back over to you, Durand. Not exactly sure what it was you and I were talking about. I assume it's about something. I figure you're close to fixing this. And can you do that good touch thing to me sometime soon? Please, thank you.
Sure.
Alright, next up is the Drow Assassin. It's going to see Elevorn is frozen and move up to this Dragonborn here and attack them. Another crit. Jesus Christ. These things crits are nasty though. Yeah, that Dragonborn is gone. He didn't even take much damage. These things, the rogue assassins, damage. Elevorn, it is your turn. You're frozen. And so, end of you guys' turns, the effect, and they're like it's Era's turn now. At the top of the initiative, the effects only last one thing. So you guys, at the end of you guys' turn, you start to notice Elevorn, Netadian, and the Drow begin to just move again. There's just a momentary blip where you're a bit disoriented, not sure what exactly just happened. But it's your turn, Era.
Can I see my side of the field?
You're what?
Yeah, thank you.
Nice. So you're just gonna maintain, I guess, shuffling, moving so that you stay on this side.
Yeah. I see Damien, I see Durand. Those are Dragonborns, right? In the middle, and then...
Yeah. Not many drow left, as you know. You guys kind of took the Dragonborn side, so huge numbers advantage.
Let me see. Hold on. Uh,
What's up?
I just there's not really much I can do, I guess, if I'm still waiting for Durand to swap it.
Okay.
Okay. Think if there's anything else. I guess in the. No, I mean he's safe. No, I guess I'm just gonna. I can't do anything. I'm just gonna hold it.
Okay. So, at the end of the turn, we have White Shift, Damien, and Dadan move over to the other side. As does Elevorn. As does Neredian and the Drow. Giving the Dragonborn something else to kill, and that's it. Alright, Duran, the book is still there on the ground where you had left it.
Give me the stupid fucking book.
Alright. So you grab the book.
Pop it over to halvesies.
Alright. As you do, again, the hourglass symbol shines, and the ghostly images of Elevorn right in front of you begins to come back into sort of corporealness, begins to regather form. Elevorn, you see the same thing as Deland is standing right in front of you, and his body changes from that of a specter to more of a corporeal, physical form. As the room is recombined. No longer are there ghosts, no longer are there specters, everything is now one room. The ghostly like shadows and images of the couches, bookshelves all reconverge into one. The images of the clocks on the walls, you can see them. The clocks on the walls, you can see for a brief moment their hours, the minutes, hands, everything sort of goes sporadic for a second or two until they all suddenly stop and just continue as normal, but now all of the dozens of clocks in sync with one another. You got anything else, Dedond?
If you want to leave me with an action, I can aura vitality.
Yeah. That would have been your bonus, so sure.
So I will aura vitality and choose to heal Damien for 2d6.
Oh, more 2d6s. Go ahead and roll that. Another thing that you would notice, Era, as well as some of the Dragonborn, the door that the clock was over, you hear a pretty loud audible click as if it had just unlocked. And the drow, the dragonborn, look over to it and looks like they're about to try to head towards it. Damien, you, thank the gods. You did it. Where we are here. This isn't where we need to be. Whatever was causing the issues that we had seen outside, they're through that door there. They obviously... and you can see sort of light coming from underneath the doorway, like flickering in flame. We don't have time to waste. As Damien's kind of like holding and nursing like the soreness and the wounds that he still has despite the healing. It was Daran's turn. The Dragonborn shouts out in Draconic to his followers, the ones that still remain, essentially to hold the drow back. He's going on forward to reconvene with the others.
Oh.
And he heads towards the door. Heeding his orders, the Dragonborn close in on the drow. Hit. Miss. Miss. Yeah. And another hit. Not enough to take down any of them, but close. The assassin seems very low. It is now Nedadian's turn.
Well, would have Damien said it loud enough so I would hear also.
Yeah.
I mean, so disengage, and I'm gonna get towards the door.
So you're like right on the tails of this Dragonborn with dash.
But can I use? I can't use dash if I use.
You can action
Disengage.
dash.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bonus action disengage, action dash. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha. Next up is the Sorcerer, who is not going to fireball his friends. So you see him beginning to cast a spell. You can see the energy of the spell, the one that you had countered before, Era, and he takes it before unleashing it and kind of wrenches it apart in two, and is going to twin spell hold person at the two drow. One fails, one succeeds. So, what's up? So the assassin is paralyzed. The ranger succeeded. That leads us to then Damien. Himself is gonna keep going. Jump through that.
He likes the parkour.
Yeah. Jumps, heads through the healing spirit that Ella still has. So that leads us then to the assassin, which is paralyzed. End of turn is still paralyzed. Elavorn, it is your turn.
All my movement and action dash to follow Damien.
Okay. Elavorn actually gets closer to the door, takes the lead. Era, your turn. You see everyone making a mad scramble for the door.
I can.
Hmm?
I'm looking at I was looking at the spaces on the floor. Um
You guys fixed the room.
Yeah, no, that I know. But like I imagine if I turned it or something. If I wanted to try to stun one, but there's no point. Yeah.
You have friends that are on both, so.
Yeah.
Clever, though.
Okay. Can I guess go through the door? Or block the entrance? Or are you guys racing to the door or racing to stop the Dragonborn?
No, I think they're just heading towards the door. I don't know
Oh,
if
okay,
I don't
bye.
know.
I'm
It
out.
didn't sound like they were trying to stop the Dragonborn.
Then I'll head for the door as well.
Okay. So you were closest. You were able to get there and push the door open, and what you see is a fairly large open room, not nearly as sort of cluttered with bookshelves and study areas as the one that you had just been in, with large windows on the back wall that looks out into what seems like just a vast cosmos of stars that sort of vaguely remind you of a mixture of space and the astral sea. It's just a vast expanse of planetary bodies moving, shifting shapes and colors. On the middle, in the middle of the room, there is a pedestal with what looked like metal chains that had been cut or severed in some ways that are hanging there. Something was on this pedestal that is no longer there. Off to the side, past many other what look like marble statues of individuals that you don't recognize, there is another room with the doors. The door looks like it had been barred, had been locked, it had been chained, it had been maybe even enchanted to stay closed. Like whatever this room is was not meant to be entered. But right now, those chains, the locks, the bars, everything that was preventing entry, lay sort of severed and in a mess at the base of the door, and the door itself is just slightly cracked open, and this faint, deep, purple glow emanates out from it, and you get a sort of nauseous, like wrenching, sick to your stomach feeling just looking in that direction. On the other side, there is another wall. This one seems to have been broken, like blown out. You notice there are no drow here, no dragonborn, and you can see out into the marble crozier, Vasselholm. Devant, are you following everyone?
Yeah, but I'd like to pass through the healing spirit and also heal myself.
Sure, go ahead. Get 2d6. I'll say that if everyone is just going through, the Dragonborn and Drow continue to fight on as you guys make your way through the door. And we can be out of combat for the moment. Let's look at Vasselholm. Isn't it cute? Not really Vasselholm, but close enough approximation. Nice little backdrop. Instantly, as you guys head through the door, the Dragonborn, the red Dragonborn that was alongside you, is kind of looking around. Obviously, he thought he would see somebody that he recognized, like, speaks out in Dragonborn under his breath. Where are they?
Who are you looking for?
Our comrades, our brothers in arms, brothers in destiny, in fate. He looks over towards the door, towards the hole in the wall that seems to lead out towards Vasselholm, and begins to head towards that door with the sort of sickly purple aura emanating out from it. Damien notices this. Stop! Stop! Everyone stop! Do not approach that door! The Dragonborn looks back, speaks in common. Why not? I just don't. Somebody close it. Just close it. Do not open it any further. Do not look into it. Just close the door. You're in a place of unheard of knowledge. Secrets that maybe nobody knows. This is obviously a heavily enchanted, heavily guarded sanctum of knowledge from the Emerald Collective, from the Phoenix Academy, maybe even. Like, this is, like, you guys have just, you saw what happened in the last room, what lengths they went through to prevent this, so who knows what this room might be holding. But, what did you say, Neri?
Nothing.
Okay.
Would I be able to suggest Pam?
If he says to get away from it, I mean, he's one of the people that run this place. I'd probably listen.
Believe me, whatever.
Well, right.
Whatever's behind that door, you cannot know. You don't want to, you cannot. Just close it. We'll come back later and seal it up proper, but it needs to be closed now. And there's a sort of slight tremble in his voice.
I'll step up to the closer to the Dragonborn, trying to attempt to go close the door.
Okay.
See his reaction.
He's kind of pausing. He's... He kind of mutters like, they might not be in there anyway. If they got what we came here for, that's all that matters. And he turns and heads back towards the destroyed part of the wall that leads back out to Vasselholm. Deland, you approach the door that is cracked open just a little bit. You would be able to peek in should you choose to, but what are you doing? Essentially, are you going to look into the room before you close it, or are you just going to close it?
Just gonna close it.
Okay. Don walks up and presses the door closed. There's the sound of sort of magical locks as the outline of the door frame itself kind of shines blue for a moment, and that purple light and aura that had been emanating out of the room kind of doesn't permeate anymore, and that sort of dropped stomach feeling that you all have had alleviates. Damien sighs out in relief, but then takes stock of what happens, like, this is still not good. We have to get out of here. This needs to be fixed. And then he looks towards the pedestal. No, and runs out towards the hole. They can't have What are you guys doing?
What's wrong?
There's not enough time to explain now. If there's still anywhere near with that book, we have to get it back. And he heads towards the opening leading out towards Vasselholm.
I could conjure stuff to fly on. I don't know how they would escape, but
Okay. So you conjure up some animals. Damien accepts a mount. Anyone else who wants to, you can fly out. And as you exit out, you see on the streets below there is essentially a three-way standoff going on between a faction of Drow, a faction of Dragonborn, and then a mix of the Phoenix Academy and Imperial Guard. You see, Dadan, make a perception check first. But you see near 24 of each of the Drow. They seem to be led by this elegant-looking female, maybe sorceress witch of some kind. She wields a staff that has these three writhing, almost like a mind of their own, living tentacles on the end of it that extend and lash out in the air. And right now, all of the Drow and all the Dragonborn are facing each other. You really can't see or tell what's going on. The Dragonborn, they seem to be led by this mage individual as well, who holds out a staff and is robed, this black Dragonborn, who both sides are sneering at each other, threatening. You seem to have come into a very volatile situation.
It's 18.
18. There's a moment where the Drow, this priestess, taps the staff that she has on the ground of the marbled brazier beneath her feet, and this black Icarus energy sort of spiderwebs out from the base of her staff along the ground to the point where it encompasses her and all of the Drow around her, and it does look very reminiscent of a spiderweb, this black Icarus energy that it creates. And from that spiderweb beneath their feet, the diameter of which forms this dome of blackness, this dark, magical darkness that envelops all of the Drow. The Dragonborn, the black Dragonborn, yells out in rage and shoots out from the staff a bolt of lightning that arcs towards this dome of darkness and pierces through it. With it impacts it and crackles with energy against the dome itself, but then eventually pierces straight and right through it. After a moment, there is a fading of the dome, and when it fades, the Drow are gone. Durand, you notice this Dragonborn. You recognize this Dragonborn. How could you ever forget this Dragonborn? This is the man that killed your father back in Ulhar Arx. And there's a moment when you guys are flying out on the backs of owls or eagles where once the Drow are gone, looks up towards you and your eyes meet. From deeper in the city, there is a sound like a storm blowing in a little bit. The winds seem to change and whip up. At least it sounds like there's a gust of winds heading from deeper into the city. It's currently nighttime, very dark. The skies themselves are dark as well. until they become lit, at least in an area, with a stream, a jet of flame from seemingly the sky itself, lighting up back towards the park area that you had earlier the previous day just been having some nice festival fun at. But from the air, spewing down towards Vasselholm, is the fire of a large red dragon. The flames themselves lighting up the area around the dragon, the screams and surprise eventually becoming audible from deeper within the city. The Phoenix Academy and the Imperial Guard break off a little bit, and some of them begin to head towards the center of the city itself. Phoenix Academy members using the fly spell, casting it and heading in that direction. The darkness of the night taking the city between the spurts of dragon flame, and eventually the fires begin to catch on homes as the dragon itself is the sound of its wing beats, the sound of its roar, the presence of it growing larger and almost impossibly larger in the sky. You've never seen anything like this. The green dragon that you had previously fought, nothing compared to this creature as it is headed towards the Dragonborn, towards you all in the Marbled Crozier. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Well, that's gonna be something.
Why is it gotta be a red dragon though?
They are Angie.
Oh man.
Why not a red dragon? What did you want?
The prawns.
Yeah, give me the copper one back.
Dragon?
Copper
Yeah, give me
dragon.
the copper one back.
Yeah, kill you with puns.
I like that guy.
Because I don't wanna keep it a secret. I guess if you would allow me some revisionist time, as you guys are heading out, Damien could explain what was taken if you guys want to know.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
He explains it's something that it was a book, a large book, 1,000. Let's see. Well, how many was it? Yeah. No. How many did I say it was? Yes, sir. 1,001 pages long. They hadn't managed to translate it. It was in some sort of very ancient Elvish and Celestial script, and they hadn't gotten much more in all the time that they had it, past translating the cover itself and maybe parts of the first page and sporadically through it. What it was something that they had recently come into acquisition of, maybe only a couple years prior, by one of their agents out in the field that had brought it back to them. This ancient, very ancient Elvish book, predating the Scourge. They managed to translate the title of it, which he tells you is the Atlas of Creation.
Well then.
This is all my fault, isn't it?
It is, yes. The person that brought it back was indeed Amalia. Yeah.
Wait,
And
who?
Amalia.
The one-shot character that I made to go with your Thamnarian dude. Yes, she was carrying this book.
Oh shit. I'm like, that sounds familiar, but like I feel like I've seen them once. And it
Yeah.
wasn't even in
It was
Duran.
just the once.
Just the once. But yeah, she was carrying a book because she had been to Jejuanth. That's the Elvish country. She'd found it. She was carrying it back. She didn't really even know what it was that she was carrying back. I think is what you had said, Nemo. Right? Like it was just something that she had to deliver back to the Emerald Collective. And from the very like little bits that they did translate, like that very little bit from the first page, it definitely seemed to have something to do with the hollowed gates. Perhaps their construction definitely very heavy in just the nature of gods themselves and that type of stuff, but they weren't able to get far at all.
Wait.
Like, what's up?
So Duck's one shot was years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's-
Like the first one shot was like 10 years prior. The second one was I think only like it was like 2 years prior cuz he had to when he got to Grandor, he had to have some time to establish that, relationship with Esther and Baljan to make it,
Yeah,
for
but I
him.
didn't expect 10 years.
No, not 10 years. I said 2 years.
Okay.
10 years from the first one shot he did.
Yeah, the
when he
first one was
just
10 years
a
prior.
guy in a town.
Yeah, the one that you
Oh,
played
shit.
in Dune, that was 2 years prior to I guess not the start, but like whatever the time was when in like the session. So it was 2 years prior, probably around
So
there.
Thavnazian could be like my level right now. Like we could just duo up and take on everything.
Maybe.
Holy shit. Oh my god, man.
So yeah. Maybe I should have split the puzzle and the combat.
I don't
In
know.
retrospect.
I don't know.
Puzzles are hard, I can only imagine. Like where there's things that exist when we're physically looking at stuff that makes it, I guess, a little bit easier when you're thinking about like game design puzzles. And when you're trying to think it all up in your head, everybody can perceive it in a different way, so it can be hard.
Yeah. I try to keep it like simple for that matter. Like not much of like a visual puzzle, That's why I kept it with like the word riddles and, stuff that I could type out and you guys can look at there.
Yeah.
But you guys did it exactly as I, had drawn up. I didn't have to pretend like you got it when you didn't. I have the solutions right here. Alternatively, Neri could have tried to pick the lock.
Shut the fuck up.
It was a high DC. But
That's
it was
why
a
you took her
possibility.
out of combat, you bastard. She was the
No.
trump card.
She had
I did
plenty-
it
By
myself.
the time you guys were on the lock part, she was back.
You know, that was like, and I didn't think about it, sadly, literally until Neri came back, where I replayed another moment where one of us got banished, and it was me, and it was because I had used my my friggin' channel divinity, and I'm like, dude, why didn't I just do that again this time? Like, something targeted somebody. I should have just fucking taken it.
Eat the banishment.
Oh,
Yeah.
in retrospect, I also could have
remember that.
counterspelled or dispelled it.
Counterspell. Dispel
Yeah.
magic wouldn't have worked, but counterspell might have. Yeah, depending on what levels you cast counterspell at.
Ah,
Because if it was just base 3rd level, Banishment's a 4th level spell, so that would have required a check. Yeah. Solution
And
to
then-
lock 1 was IVX. Solution to lock 2, 275.
I let Neri down. I could have gotten her out of there. I could have succeeded the charisma saving throw. You never know.
Cute. But no, that could have been a lot worse. I mean, you guys could have just went around attacking anything that wasn't your party. That would have made it a lot more difficult.
Well, like now, I wish I
Choosing to,
did.
like, you know, be friendly towards. Oh yeah, of course. Now you do. Hindsight.
Yeah.
But it made that
Hindsight.
counter a bit easier. Alright.
Well, I gotta get
Yeah.
going. So,
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
bye.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
job. Thanks for dealing with my weird bullshit.
Yeah,
Switch
you never make
between
another puzzle again.
What do you
I
mean?
hate you.
No, not a puzzle. I'm just saying like the weird fucking. Okay, we got two different maps that are identical, but not really completely identical because the blacks of whites or whites are blacks on one, and then every turn you switch based on what color tile you're standing on, and I have no idea why I come up with this bullshit just to make it harder and to fucking run.
Ow.
But you guys figured it out.
Yeah. it only took 5 hours.
Only 5 hours. At first, I was considering, like, when I was like, who gets changed over? I was like, should I make them roll dice? Like, on every initiative?
To see whether we get moved?
Yeah, whether or not you got moved.
Definitely a static thing would make more sense.
Yeah, because at first I was like, completely random was my thought. To the point where you guys wouldn't be able to game it at all, but then I was like, that doesn't make sense. I should make it so
That would
you
also
can.
really fucking suck. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I was like, okay, so I'll make them roll a dice, like a D20 or a D6 or something, right? And then, like, one round it'll be evens, odds. One round it'll be, like, highs, lows. One.
You are a sadist. I swear to God that those thoughts even crossed your
that
mind.
was, like, the first. That was, like, rough draft. That was, like, first thought on, like, the switching thing. Then I was like, no, I should just. Then I was like, do I roll, like, high, low for, like, white and black or something? Like, should I. Maybe it's like white, like, random between white and black. And I was like, nah, I'll just roll for whichever one it starts on. And then I'll just alternate every round. And that's what I thought it was. I'm not a sadist. If I was a sadist, I would have been like, ha, that first one is, yes, that's the answer. There's nothing better than that. And I would have stuck with it. It was, ambitious, I suppose, to say the least.
I'm just saying, you thought it. You have sadist thoughts.
No, I have thoughts on, just encounter building thoughts, trying to make, unique shit. Whether it hits or misses, that's, only time will tell, but you tried.
Durand is gonna hate every Dragonborn except himself at this point. Maybe even himself a little bit.
Oh dear. He's gonna hate every chromatic. He's gonna be like, why couldn't I be? I'm a metallic dragon. Right, more. It's gonna be like Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks. That's gonna be Duran towards chromatic dragon ball. Like
Jesus.
these fucking Tiamat loving chromatic badgers.
Oops.
He's gonna start oiling up his scales so he seems more shiny and metallic.
Oh my
Like, no, I'm not a blue dragon. I'm a cobalt dragonborn. I'm a lapis